Okay, so now we will proceed to M and Roy. Please listen, please listen. Start listening, right? So, we have already seen a little bit about M and Roy. So, M and Roy generally has three phases in his career, three phases. The first phase of M and Roy, as you know, is a Marxist phase. It's a Marxist phase. Where M and Roy believed in orthodox Marxism, and he was a Marxist revolutionary, and he practiced Marxism, that we all know. The second phase is where M and Roy, as we know, when we discussed about in the first political history of India. Online students, the number is 73059882226. 73059882226. So, when we discussed the political history of India during the independence years, we discussed about how M and Roy was expelled from Communist International for his decolonization thesis and his opinion on national bourgeoisie and other things. Hope all you remember. We will touch everything here also, little bit we will touch everything here also, but I will not be taking about M and Roy's Marxist phase, which we already covered. So, what we will do is, we will discuss about the next phase of M and Roy, which is a middle phase between his Marxist thinking and his new evaluation of his concept called as radical humanism. Okay. So, M and Roy as a thinker, first he was a Marxist, then he becomes a pure radical humanist at last stages of his life, and in the middle phases of his life for almost some 6 or 7 years, he was in between, okay, where he believed in Marxism, but he did not employ the true tenets of Marxism. So, three phases of M and Roy's life. So, only one question as of now has come, the typical M and Roy's philosophy, and that question is nothing but M and Roy's phases of history. Okay. How M and Roy has transformed himself from the Marxist phase to the radical humanist phase, right? So, that is what we are going to see now. So, first we will be seeing the most important thesis of M and Roy, which is nothing but the decolonization thesis, right? A small introduction. M and Roy, later known as, is one of the greatest Indian philosophers of the 20th century. He was a Marxist scholar, thinker and a revolutionary in his initial years, but after being expelled from the Communist International, he denounced Marxism and developed a new concept and termed it as radical humanism or new humanism, with a view to distinguish it from the humanist versions of other thinkers. Right. So, small introduction about M and Roy. Right. Now, we will see the most important decolonization thesis, which we already discussed, but why we have to understand again logically why Mr. M and Roy was expelled from the Communist International. Okay. Hope all of you remember what was M and Roy's opinion on the national bourgeoisie. Okay. So, any one of you can recollect it now and tell me what is M and Roy's opinion on national bourgeoisie. Okay, how he saw the national bourgeoisie at that point of time. Any one of you. See, right, M and Roy generally believed that the revolution, the supposed national revolution, the independence movement that was taken by the Congress is the movement of the bourgeoisie, no doubt in it. But M and Roy believed the Indian bourgeoisie is not developed, the national bourgeoisie is not developed to take care of the revolution and take the revolution forward themselves. So, he thought that the independent socialist revolution is inevitable. So, he asked the communist cadres to fight for the independent socialist revolution. Always remember this. What is the point of debate between M and Roy and Lenin? where Lenin and M and Y different from each other. What Lenin thought, according to Lenin, imperialism is the final stage of capitalism. Imperialism is the final stage of capitalism. So, the colonies, the metropolitan countries will try to always extend their colonies. Okay, the West people will always try to extend their colonies, and imperialism will thrive. Okay, in the stage of the higher imperialism, there will be a lot of bourgeoisie movement that is happening. So, what Lenin thought, so what is the work of the socialist and the communist at this point of time is to support the national bourgeoisie, to support the national movement that is happening for the time being. For the time being. So, this is what his strategy was. But M and Roy's strategy was different. M and Roy thought that the national bourgeoisie is not developed to fight against the British or the West. So, we have to create an independent socialist revolution with the help of the working class. Organize the working class for the independent socialist revolution even during the struggle of independence movement. You understood? This is the difference, small difference. So, this is the initial position. So, what happened is M and Roy, as in the Communist International, there was a colonization thesis that was given by Lenin. Just now he told you what is the colonization thesis, which said that all the metropolitan countries in the West will always try to colonize again and again. The imperialism will go to greatest extent, correct? But M and Roy submitted a thesis which was dubbed as decolonization thesis in the Communist International. What was the decolonization thesis? Arguing forward with the same opinion of national bourgeoisie, he took it forward, and M and Roy said, taking forward the concept of national bourgeoisie, M and Roy said that the West and the metropolitan countries will go to extent in such a way that slowly and steadily they will try to decolonize their own colonies, and give dominion status to their colonies, and at the same time they will get alliance with the indigenous bourgeoisie of the colonies. Okay. So, instead of extending imperialism, political imperialism, they will try to control their colonies in a more economic way possible by having an alliance with the national indigenous bourgeoisie. So, political independence would be given, but economic control through the indigenous bourgeoisie, indigenous capitals will continue. So, what he believed is, going forward, decolonization will happen. So, again what M and Roy said, now what is the work? Because anyway they are going to decolonize. So, there is no point in supporting the national bourgeoisie who already struck an alliance with the metropolitan bourgeoisie. They already struck an alliance. So, to exploit the common people. So, there is no point in joining these people for the independence movement. So, instead of that, let us not join this national bourgeoisie in the independence movement, but instead of that, let us create our own independent socialist revolution. You understood? So, that is the logical decolonization thesis that followed. Okay. So, you will read it. The term decolonization, first used by Bukharin, is another Russian thinker. This theory was propounded by him at the 6th Congress of the Communist International in 1928. Okay. The basic idea in his decolonization theory was that the national movement of India was a bourgeoisie movement. The main objective of the bourgeoisie was the unfettered capitalist development of the country to strengthen its economic position. The bourgeoisie, getting an opportunity through the concessions given by the imperialist power of competing with them in the exploitation of the masses, had exhausted its revolutionary potential. So, the bourgeoisie has exhausted the revolutionary potential. It has ceased to be vanguard of the anti-imperialist force, which has seized the bourgeoisie. Okay. So, the decolonization was taking place in the sense that the Indian bourgeoisie had portrayed the national movement has betrayed the national movement, and the Western powers like Britain are ready to decolonize and give dominion status to the country and still keep exploiting their erstwhile colonies through domination of capital in partnership with indigenous bourgeoisies. This is the simple definition of decolonization thesis. Okay. So, read it again. The decolonization is taking place in the sense that the Indian bourgeoisie, that is the Indian capitalists, had betrayed the national movement. They betrayed the national movement. The Indian capitalists betrayed the national movement, and the Western powers like the Britain are ready to decolonize and give dominion status to the country like India, and still keep exploiting their erstwhile colonies like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan through domination of capital in partnership with indigenous capitalists. Okay. So, they are ready to give political independence, but economically they are trying to control India and other colonies. That is the idea of M. Roy. Hope you would have understood now that is completely opposite to what Lenin had thought. For Lenin, the colonies are not ready, the Western countries are not ready to give any political independence. Imperialism will be the final stage, the highest stage. They will always try to control it. Only a bourgeoisie national movement can free the people from the West. That is the idea proposed by Lenin, where M. Roy was against that particular idea. So, technically M. Roy was expelled. So, Roy in his book The Future of Indian Politics in 1926 held the opinion that the Indian bourgeoisie had distanced itself from the revolutionary forces and formed a united front with the imperialist powers. Okay. The book mentioned the attitude of the Indian National Congress to the issue that was debated inside the Comintern and the Communist Party. Roy suggested Indian communists to organize the forces of national movement into a democratic party. The existing nationalist party, according to Roy, could not serve the purpose. Roy differed with Lenin on the question of national bourgeoisie. This position of Roy remained unchanged. Roy submitted his decolonization thesis to the Comintern after his return from China. These communists associated with the Comintern, including Lenin, criticized Roy's theory of decolonization. He was expelled from the Communist International in September 1929. Okay, nothing but what I have said now, right? Okay, so now after being expelled, he comes to India and he was arrested by the British police, the Indian police. So in the jail, M. Roy reads other doctrines, a little bit about the humanistic doctrines, other materialistic doctrines, and tries to find the fault in the materialist doctrine of Karl Marx. The humanistic doctrine that is propounded by other thinkers also inclined towards these humanist doctrines, and slowly and steadily he developed other ideas. Okay. So, there is a middle phase where he still called himself a Marxist, but at the same time he started to develop other ideas, M. Roy. Okay. So, M. Roy returned to India in 1930 and was arrested. He was set free from prison in 1936. From 1930 to 1936, Roy felt the need to rethink the basic assumption and theoretical visions of Marxism and strategy and tactics of revolution. By the late 1920s, now new trends have emerged in Roy's view. These new trends manifested themselves in full during this period. Roy still claimed that his basic ideology is Marxism. Okay. So, socialism or communism in Roy's view is not the issue of the day, and the socialists and communists should realize that the immediate objective is national independence. Okay. So, he maintained that bourgeoisie democratic independence should be the aim of the Indian Revolution. He held that Indian National Congress was a progressive organization. See how he has changed now. The same M. Roy, who was against Indian National Congress tooth and nail in his initial years, now he says that Indian National Congress was a progressive organization which could liberate Indian nationalism from British imperialist powers. He has changed a little bit, his opinion has changed a little bit. It completely changes in the final phase. Okay. There he completely denounces Marxism. Okay, so the great revolutionary, hope all of you remember what is the contribution of M. Roy. Okay, you also wrote an answer. Okay. M. Roy is one of the pioneers in setting up lot of revolutionary training institutes. Okay, for all the people in Afghanistan, part of Afghanistan, in Russia it was followed. Then all revolutionary many institutes were started. Right. So he was a pioneer in Marxist revolutionary movement, but finally he changes from Marxism to radical humanism. Right. So M. Roy considered the Indian National Congress as an organ of national struggle with the support of the Indian masses. So the mentality has changed. The same M. Roy who was against Indian National Congress in his initial years, hope all of you remember, M. Roy would have said all left must penetrate into the Indian National Congress, and what they should do, they should catch the leadership of Indian National Congress, because the Indian National Congress is not capable of running a revolution. So only the left are capable. So go inside INC, capture the leadership. All of these things already we read it. Okay. So the same M. Roy was not happy with the leadership of Indian National Congress, who wanted the communists. Now he has changed a little bit. He does not want the communists to lead the struggle. Rather, he believed in the policies of INCs now. Okay. This shift has changed in the 1930 to 1936 period. Okay. So Roy said in 1936, my message to the people is to rally in the millions under the flag of National Congress and fight for freedom. We should realize that the National Congress is our common platform. Okay. So the politician has changed now. He considered Congress as the nation democratic force which had to free the revolutionary movement for national independence from the leadership of the bourgeoisie and from Gandhi. He wanted Congress to get rid of the influence of Gandhism and from that of bourgeoisie. So his indifference towards Gandhi continued a little bit. He was completely against Gandhi at that point of time. Now he is not completely against Gandhi, but he does not accept every aspect of Gandhism. Right. The Congress, according to him, was a mass nationalist movement. Okay. Congress was not the party of any particular class. The same M. Roy, who believed Congress belongs to the capitalist class, Congress belonged to the bourgeoisie class in his initial years. Right. The same M. Roy now writing differently. So he says that Congress does not belong to any particular class. This change in the mindset you should understand. Okay. So Congress was not a party of any particular class. In 1930s, Roy considered the Congress as synonymous to the United National Front. Yeah. He was opposed to all attempts of the left forces to create an organization of working people and revolutionary elements independent of the Congress. Okay, so how his mindset has changed? The same person who wanted the communists to organize the working class in a revolutionary way, independent socialist revolution in initial years, now he says that that should not be done. So everyone should rally behind Indian National Congress. So M. Roy now is showing the change in his approach. Okay. It would have weakened the Congress and go against the ideology of the United Front. So M. Roy thought you need a united front to fight against the British. So if you start anything independently, any revolutionary movement or organizing a working class something independently, then it will affect the national movement which is run by the Congress. So don't do it. Roy opposed the formation of Congress Socialist Party inside the Congress because it would prevent it from accepting an alternative to Gandhi's program for the national revolution. So even that he was against. He does not want a Congress Social Party inside Congress also. It would divide the Congress between the proponents and opponents of socialism. So slowly and steadily, as we have seen, he has completely moved away from the very tenet of Marxism which M. Roy believed the guidance of the world, to be the guidance of the world. So now M. Roy started to write a lot of criticisms on 1 year question. Not M. Roy's critique of Marxism has not come, Ambedkar's criticism of Marxism has come. But anyway, you should know. Anytime the question can come, right? Okay. He renounced Marxism. He said that the popular remedies offered by the leftist parties will not serve the purpose. When a country has still to build industries, their nationalization is evidently a premature proposition. Okay, so you have not built up any industries. So what communism speaks about? Nationalization of all industries. So it's a premature point to argue, says M. N. Roy, because India does not have any industries at all, first of all. Socialism was conceived as a way out of the crisis of capitalism in advanced society with a high degree of industrialization and a mature working class. This is an orthodox interpretation of M. N. Roy. Orthodox interpretation of Marxism. Okay, that is very different matter from building up new industries in backward countries where the workers are still half peasants. Okay, so India, you cannot, it's typical view, India you cannot go for a bourgeoisie revolution or socialist revolution. The reason being, India does not have that advanced stage of capitalism yet. In India, half of the people are peasants. Socialism today would mean a more or less equal distribution of poverty. Therefore, the main plank in economic program of the leftist parties has very little in common with the scientific socialism evolved by Karl Marx under entirely different circumstances. You understood? So, a typical Marxist thought, the highest stage of capitalism, the revolution would come and a socialism would be born. So, what he says is, India, first of all, the industries itself has not developed, the capitalism itself has not gone to the highest stage, hence for speaking about any kind of socialist revolution in India, in Indian circumstances is wrong, says M. N. Roy. So, what is the practical failure of this M. N. Roy's thesis, any one of you? How M. N. Roy's thesis has practically failed? Online students also, this will tell you how well you have understood world history. See, M. N. Roy giving a thesis. What is the thesis? Think. What is the thesis? He says that a socialist revolution is not possible in a country which has half peasants. Okay, correct. That is his thesis. So he says that the scientific socialism evolved by Karl Marx has no place in these circumstances like India. So hence he wanted to denounce Marxism. That is his idea. What is the practical failure of M. N. Roy? What is the practical failure of M. N. Roy? Sorry? Forget the peasant movement. The socialist revolution. Speak about the socialist revolution. What is the socialist revolution? What is the practical failure? The practical failure is China showed in 1949. China showed in 1949 a socialist revolution is possible in a peasant country too. You understood? Okay, that is one of the major criticism of M. N. Roy. M. N. Roy thought in a later stage that a socialist revolution is not possible in countries as backward as India, but very neighboring country at that point of time which much more backward than India. Because the Chinese industries during the time of 1949 was not that developed as India at that point of time, but still they showed, Mao Tse showed that a socialist revolution is possible in China also. Okay, right. So he considered Marxism as a faulty doctrine which retarded the growth of free men. He further wrote, economic interpretation of Marxism is deduced from wrong interpretation of materialism. Okay, that is how he sees. Right. Roy rejected the undue stress on the phenomenon of class struggle under which the human being lost his individuality in order to become part of one class or other. What Marxism says? Class struggle is inevitable. At every stage, at every point of time in history, you can always see either open or a closed class struggle. But class struggle is inevitable. Sometimes it comes in open, Marx's own words. Sometimes the class struggle comes in open. Sometimes it goes behind any wheel. But class struggle is always there. So, M. N. Roy now understands the very concept of class struggle itself is against the individuality. The individual has their own brain. Okay, it is not that you subsume all your intellect to a class struggle. So this point which he accepted initially, now he is not accepting. Right. So he believed individual is an individual and his individuality should never be compromised. Okay, so with this, now we go into the most important point of view of, that is, radical humanism of M. N. Roy. Okay, so this is what directly in our syllabus. The other things have also come, but what we have to read extensively in our syllabus is the radical humanism philosophy of M. N. Roy. Right. So what he thought, how he radically said, how he said his humanism is radically different from others. Initially, M. N. Roy uses the word radical humanism, but later M. N. Roy disowns the word radical and calls his theory as new humanism. Okay, but both are one and the same. The philosophies is the basic tenets inside the radical humanism that he started in the first book. Does not change a lot in his new humanism that is developed later. Almost they are the same. So we are clubbing it into, that is how the syllabus says, so we are clubbing everything into radical humanism. Okay. So we call radical humanism or new humanism. This change is very, very philosophical, that will not be tested, okay, for your UPSC. At the UPSC level, they will not test you what is the simple difference between a radical humanism and new humanism of M. N. Roy. At this level, they will not test you. So for you, always consider radical humanism and the new humanism is almost one and the same. For you, you do not show any difference, right? Okay. So it was radical because it rejected many, if not most, of the traditional political and philosophical assumptions of Indian society. Always remember, simply, what is radical humanism? If anyone asks you, always remember this. It is against Marxism, basic tenets of Marxism, also against the basic tenets of liberalism, that is parliamentary democracy. Both they were against. Okay. Marxism, for the same concept you will also see in Ambedkar's writing. We will see a little bit later. Okay. So Marxism, to create equality, they foregoed individual liberty. Correct. That is what the Marxism is all about. For them, they want to create an egalitarian, equal society at the end of the day. For that, they are ready to forego the individual liberty. M. N. Roy argues, like how from the Marxist lineage, he argues, a parliamentary democracy, yes, accepted that it will give you lot of individual liberty, but where is the equality? Okay. So M. N. Roy wanted to create a middle path, which is neither supporting a society which is based on equality, foregoing liberty, at the same time neither supporting a society which is based on liberty, foregoing equality. He wanted to create a new humanist path. Both would be there. Okay, the simple understanding of new humanism. Okay, anytime you can say this, anytime you can say this. Even if you forget all the other construction, that is organized democracy, the theories of organized democracy that was created by M. N. Roy, all the things you forget. But still you remember this simple point. There is a middle path between both the Marxism and the liberalism, the parliamentary democracy and the society of socialist society, then the people, at least they will give you half of the mark. Okay, right. So it was humanism because it focused entirely on the needs and situation of human beings. His weekly journal, Independent India, which was started in 1937, was renamed as the Radical Humanist to propagate his views of society and social reconstruction. Right. The principle of radical humanism was a total renunciation of Marxism, rejection of parliamentary democracy, and based on intolerance of religion and nationalism. Okay. So M. N. Roy was also not a huge fan of religion. Okay. That tradition he followed from the initial. Even though he denounced Marxism, there are certain things M. N. Roy did not denounce in Marxism. One thing is the critique of religion. Okay, Marxist also did not follow religion. M. N. Roy till his death did not follow religion. Okay. So the core of radical humanism of Roy lies in his laying greatest emphasis on the personality of the individual as human being. In other words, radical humanism of M. N. Roy is individualism. Okay. So this is where, as we saw, he was against Marxism. Why he was against Marxism? Marx subsumed everything to class relations. Marx believed that every point of time in history, the people will organize themselves into class and they will fight against the other class. Correct? So, the individuality is lost to a social construct in Marxism. What is the social construct? Class. So, in Marxism, individuality gets subsumed to a social construct. But for M. N. Roy, he is not taking, he does not want to take that point of view. For him, the individual is supreme. You understood? The individual is supreme. That is the underlying philosophy of M. N. Roy's radical humanism. The human being, as the central agent of the new humanism of M. N. Roy, is supposed to be characterized by three fundamental elements: reason, morality, and freedom. These are the philosophical underpinnings of M. N. Roy's radical humanism. You have to understand, M. N. Roy's radical humanism not just has philosophical underpinnings, it also has some practical programs. The practical programs you will see what is the organized democracy of M. N. Roy, that we will see. But it also has certain philosophical underpinnings that will also be tested. So, what is the philosophical underpinning of M. N. Roy's radical humanism? That is three fundamental elements, that is reason, morality, and freedom. Okay, what is that? We will see. Reason. I hope all of you are understanding. Okay, M. N. Roy's radical humanism is very simple. If you understand it in this simple way, he wanted to create both a society based on individual greatness, at the same time wanted to ensure equality. So, he rejected parliamentary democracy and created something called as organized democracy. What is it? We will see. Okay. So, philosophically, he wanted to rest his theory on reason and morality, and theoretically or practical terms, he wanted to rest something on an organized democracy, that we will see. Okay, right. The reason, according to Roy, is a biological property and it is not opposed to human will. Okay. So, reason is a biological property. Given the diversity in the nature and characters of the vast majority of people, Roy takes rationality as the unifying element in every human being, echoing the notion of harmony in the universe. So, the same liberal tenets, he is speaking about the same liberal tenets, rationality, reason. Okay. Taking every man essentially rational, every man is rational. Roy convincingly argues that a behavior of every person is rational, though it may appear to be irrational at times owing to the differences in the underlying patterns of life in different parts of the world. Okay. So, one person behaving in one society might look irrational to the other person in another society, but innately all human beings are rational, argues M. N. Roy. Okay. The innate rationality in the personality of every human being entails on him the capability of discovering and rediscovering the laws of nature in order to unfetter him from the hidden bondages which happen to be imposed on him from the time being. So, according to M. N. Roy, the individual is capable of coming out of his own problems. Right. Another basic tenet is morality. For M. N. Roy, morality does not come from the culture. Okay, generally what we understand, morality directly comes from the culture. M. N. Roy again sees it a little bit differently. How he sees a little bit differently? Okay, morality constitutes another significant trait of man as conceptualized by M. N. Roy. Okay. However, Roy was quick enough to discard the notion that morality is based on institutional or transcendental pillars. So, we cannot say there is some kind of structural dynamics that governs the morality of human being. Then what? Roy argues that morality stems out of scientific application of human rationality to the dynamics of social relations and mutual adjustment of people with one another. Again, he wanted to see morality from the individual's point of view. Okay. So, there are a lot of social relations. The human being, the individual, tries to see the social relations and from the kind of rationality that is biological in nature. Thus now we argued what is rationality, what is reason. He said rationality, reason is biological nature, and the scientific application which every individual is capable of developing, Roy argued in the previous slide. So, Roy says that every human being can apply that rationality, the scientific analysis, over the social relations and develop a notion of morality. So, it is not like how the conservatives believe. Morality is a direct offshoot of your culture. For M. N. Roy, it is about the scientific application of the human mind. How scientifically a human mind, an individual mind applies over the social relation which is culturally determined. You understand the difference? He does not want to say, okay, the morality is purely cultural in nature. It is nothing but based on the social relation that is existing. No. He says that morality is how you interpret, how you apply your scientific application, how your scientific brain that you have. So again and again, M. Roy is coming very close to the individualist nature of a human being, which is completely against the earlier tenet of Marxism. Okay, you have to understand. So morality, which originates from the rational desire for harmonious and mutually beneficial social relations, is rooted in the innate rationality of man. Okay, so morality is a product of rationality of man. So how this guy has completely changed, you see? A Marxist socialist thinker who always believed in class and class relations, now because, so the basic reason why M. Roy has changed is, because during the time, just now we saw how Lenin and all those people were extremely dogmatic. And after the death of Lenin, Stalin again was extremely dogmatic. So all this USSR, the so-called USSR, no, complete socialist mindset at that point of time, the communist mindset at that point of time, became completely dogmatic against the individual nature. That made M. Roy to think, why socialism will not be a successful doctrine, why you have to think something about individualism. So he developed his own radical humanism. Right. Given the innate unifying and creative value of morality in society, Roy asserts that it aims at translating into reality the collective and common good of the whole society. Okay, so the next most important tenet of the radical humanism of M. Roy is freedom or liberty. Okay, so reason we have already seen. Okay, morality we have already seen. The most important tenet is the reason of morality. According to Roy, individual is an end in itself and society was simply a means to that end. Yeah, completely opposite of the Zoon Politikon concept that is created by Marx. Okay, the Zoon Politikon concept is what it says. The individual can be an individual because he is a member of a society. If he is not a member of a society, you cannot develop that own social consciousness, correct? That is how Marxism sees. But how he says, individual is an end, society only means to an end. A typical liberal way of understanding. Right? He subordinated everything to individual freedom. What is the most important thing? Individual freedom. Why this he says is because of the experience of USSR. The 10 years, 15 years before this, he saw how USSR actually functioned. So USSR functioned without giving any individual freedom to the people. So he wanted to give individual freedom to any society. So he thought that which is paramount? Individual freedom. So everything should be subordinated to individual freedom. According to Roy, man created society with certain objectives in mind. It meant that all social relations, political, economic, social and ethical must be adjusted to fundamental requirement of promoting freedom or liberty of the individual. Nothing but a liberal tenet. Again and again I am trying to say this. He only echoed the liberalism but little bit differently. That's it. Yeah. Roy even subordinated religion, morality, any other supernatural powers to the individual freedom. Okay, so whatever it is, what is the most important thing? Individual freedom. According to Roy, the state and society were established to maintain individual liberty. Okay, state and society has to maintain individual liberty, but unfortunately, some devices were trying to dominate man and suppress freedom. Okay. Religion or morality also destroyed the individual liberty, imposing on human mind the chains of superstition and supernatural beliefs. Roy regarded marriage, family, class as obstacles to human development and freedom. So everything is thought it is obstacle to human development and freedom. He also regarded society and class as greatest hindrances to individual freedom. Okay. He wanted society to be understood as a means to an end, not an end in itself, highlighting the economic dimension of humanism. Roy emphasizes for economic reorganization of the society free from exploitation of one man by another man. Okay, so there should not be any exploitation of one man by another man, leading to the establishment of cooperative economy. Okay, It does not prescribe any market based economy. A market based economy can exploit. So he wanted a cooperative economy. He felt that the existing economic system was responsible for crushing the individual freedom. Therefore, he emphasized on planned economic development comprising of the virtues of cooperation and decentralization underpinning the system. Yes, please. He says, even we defined how we defined morality, even he said morality comes from only the individual interpretation, correct? So in this slide you have to understand morality as understood by the people. In that slide you have to understand what kind of morality he wants to portray. Okay, so the morality as understood by the people must be subsumed to the individual freedom, but what is the kind of morality that he understands is only that morality where the individual scientific brain applies over the social relations. You understood? So these are two different things in his thought process. Okay, one thought process is how current society exists. The current society exists based on superstitions, based on morality, based on religion, which try to control human being. Correct? So he says that whatever that is there, that should subordinate to the individual liberty. Correct? Now, having said that, then what is morality? Next logical question. So, morality do exist. So, now he tries to say, what is the true morality is? The true morality is what you apply your scientific brain and rationality over the social relation that is there. For example, can you argue that because the culture has already said sati system is there, can you argue that is morality? That will not be accepted in scientific brain. Correct? So that is what he says, subsume all these to individual freedom. So any other morality, any religion, some religious practice, so called untouchability, being a religious practice at that point of time, would have said do untouchability because it is religion. He would have said don't do it because you have to subsume all religion, all morality, anything in individual liberty. That is first point. Now, then how to organize morality? In new humanism, the society called new humanism. There he says, my morality in new humanism is not based on something that slavishly you follow your culture, religion, but apply your scientific brain over the social relations and see. Okay, so when you apply the scientific brain, what you will see? Sati system is wrong, untouchability is wrong because that is against the human liberty. Correct? Then you will not follow untouchability. Correct? That is what he wants in his own new humanist society which he paints. Okay, one is analysis, another one is future society. Okay, you got it? Everyone got it? It's a very good question. Everyone got it? Okay. One is his analysis, how society exists. Another one is how he wants to establish a new society. Okay. Right. Ask me a lot of questions. Probably sometimes when I read the slide, I might not be explaining in a better way. Ask me again and again, I will explain you. Okay. Right. One such condition what? People should be sufficiently high general cultural level. Okay, I have not come there. 1 minute. So let me go a little bit back. Okay. So according to M. and Roy, these are the basic tenets of radical humanism. Now let us come to the practical philosophy, the methods that was given by M. and Roy. So what is the most important method? M. and Roy, always this is important, the notion of organized democracy. Okay, so the question can directly come, open-ended question can come, organized democracy. Okay, so because this is what M. and Roy spoke about, all this philosophical tenet you forget, but what kind of society you want to create? If someone asks you, then you have to say the blueprint. Okay, this is what the society I am going to create. So that is what is dubbed as organized democracy. Okay. So what is organized democracy? The notion of organized democracy is the hallmark of the political dimension of the new humanism of M. and Roy. Okay. So political dimension, what is it? In his organized democracy, there was no place for political parties and power was to be vested in the hands of people themselves. Okay. So almost like how the founding fathers of democracy, like the American people, okay, hope you know, till 1830s and 1840s, even the American lawmakers, the American senators was not happy with political parties. They were opponents of political parties. The George Washington, the Alexander Hamilton, the James J. All these people were not happy with the political parties. They wanted to create a society devoid of political parties. But unfortunately, political parties, that is how the society runs. Okay. So in this new social order, the people were sovereign. Roy believed that even in large political units and highly complex social organizations of the modern world, direct democracy will be possible in the form of a network of small cooperative commonwealths which will replace the helpless atomized voter of formal parliamentary democracy. Okay. Can you find any parallel of this theory somewhere else that we have read? Somewhere else that we have read? Any parallel of this theory? In Gandhism, we saw a little bit, and especially the communes of Karl Marx. The kind of communes of Karl Marx. Karl Marx also wanted to create small communes where the people can extend their direct democracy. Okay. But in the Marxist thought, those people will sit and decide about what to produce, how to produce also. Okay. So the separation of economy and political is not there in a Marxist thinking. Economic and political will not be divorced. So a people group will also sit and discuss what to produce, at the same time how to organize us. Both they will do. But here they will discuss only about politics. They will not discuss about economy. You understood? That is how communes, and this is different. In communes, the people will organize themselves as communes not only for political decision making, also for economic decision making. Okay. So the people will organize into small communes, small collectives, and they will decide what to produce, what you want. So how many shirts we have to produce, how many pants we have to produce, what industry we have to develop. Everything the people will jointly discuss. Okay. That is what Marx's vision of communes was. Okay. There the separation of economy and political was not there. But here in M. N. Roy's theory, even in Gandhian theory, they wanted small direct democracies grouped to their central. That is the basis of their total democracy. But there only political decision would be made, economic decision seldom made. Okay. Always remember this. Okay. So this is only socialist participated democracy. Hope all of you could relate what Louis Althusser and others said in socialist participated democracy. A typical socialism never divorces economic decisions from that of political decisions. For us, both should combine together. Always remember this. Right? Okay. Under this new system, the principle of popular sovereignty would be real and effective. The whole structure of the system would be based on local democracy. The whole structure of the system should be based on local democracies. Roy, however, laid down certain basic conditions for the success of this organized democracy. One such condition was that the people should be of sufficiently high general cultural level. The people should be vested only in those persons who have high moral character, high standard of intelligence. Okay. Again, can you compare this with Mahatma Gandhi? According to Mahatma Gandhi said, again for Swaraj, there are 5 conditions. What are the 5 conditions? Marxian thought, removal of untouchability, Hindu-Muslim unity, universal adoption of Khadi. Do you remember? All the ahimsa, following of ahimsa, the final step is complete non-cooperation. Correct? 5 steps. This is how Gandhi thought. The similar point of view, but for him, what is the basic necessity? Not Hindu-Muslim unity, not untouchability, but sufficiently high general cultural level. The people should be of sufficiently high general cultural level. Only then this direct democracy will work according to M. N. Roy. Again, as a critical point of view, M. N. Roy, Marx also believed in the same. Okay, it is not that what M. N. Roy said is completely devoid of Marxism. Marx also believed that the same cultural level is needed for direct democracy. But the only difference between Marx and him is Marx thought that itself is a historical product. Once socialism comes, automatically the basic cultural level of all the people will go to that level. Okay, concept of base and superstructure. Okay, that is a Marxist thought. Okay, so for M and Roy, that product of history part is missing. That is misleading, according to M and Roy. Okay, right. Otherwise, they will be duped by the clever demagogues, according to Roy, until the intellectual level of the entire community, is raised considerably. Election alone cannot possibly bring its best elements to the forefront, and unless the available intellectual level and moral integrity are brought to bear upon the situation, democracy cannot come on its own. Okay, so organized democracy he wanted to create based on small groups, which exercises direct democracy, but what he said, it will not become a successful unless and until the total intellectual level of the people goes to that level. Okay, people have to mature, right? He also observed that the people had not yet attained high moral standards. Okay, just now we discussed. Okay, so he suggested that at the initial stages there should be elective and selective democracy both. So initial stages we cannot go for a direct elective democracy because they also do not have high moral standards. Untouchability is practiced here, sati system is practiced here, so much of social exclusion practice is there. Okay, so the morally people has not started to do what he has said, apply your scientific and rational mind in social relations. That stage has not come. Till the stage has not come now, then technically the people complete elective democracy, then what they will vote for? They will vote for superstitions, they will vote for religion. Okay, they cannot vote for their own happier living. Correct? See, democracy is also dangerous. Why democracy is dangerous? If the people, all people are crooked, then what kind of law they will put? They will put a law like you stealing, robbing is not wrong. Might becomes right. Correct? Untouchability is correct. Based on religion, they will pass some laws that the woman has to behave in this way. All these things they will do. Why all these things? Because they are not up to that level of morality. Correct? Democracy always has both sides. Okay. Roy drafted a model constitution of India on the basis of his organized democracy. Part 1 of the constitution dealt with the declaration of rights and fundamental principles, according to which supreme sovereignty vested in the people who would have absolute right or change or modify any political unit. M. N. Roy also developed a model constitution, so did Dr. B. R. Ambedkar. Okay, once Ambedkar comes, I will tell you his model democracy, model constitution, which was called as States and Minorities, which was created and submitted in 1945. Okay, Ambedkar. Okay, so both created their own model constitution before the exact Indian constitution was drafted. Right. So a Bill of Rights containing not only political and social but economic rights was also incorporated in the constitution. Always combine and read, becomes easier for you to understand how Gandhi, M. N. Roy and Ambedkar differed. Okay, all of them had some common things, like direct democracy in case of Ambedkar, in case of Gandhi and in case of M. N. Roy, the concept of direct democracy. Okay, the model constitution in case of Ambedkar and M. N. Roy. Okay, they generally correlate. Okay. Okay. The method of proportional representation was also incorporated in the constitution to protect the rights of minorities. Okay, proportional representation. According to Roy, all the provinces in India would be formed on the basis of linguistic and cultural homogeneity. Linguistic and cultural homogeneity. Again, you have to compare this with understand with that of Ambedkar also. According to Ambedkar, one state there can be one language. Okay, but there cannot be one language, one state. Okay, so one language, one state, Ambedkar is not a big fan of. Okay, so for Tamil Nadu, all Tamils into one state, that Ambedkar is not fan of. But for Ambedkar, one state there can be one language because it becomes easier for them to take care of all the other activities in the state. Okay, so in a typical Ambedkar thought, Tamils can have 3 or 4 states, Telugus can have 3 or more states. Okay, that is how a typical Ambedkar thought goes. Okay, so So all these things compare and understand becomes easier for you to understand their theories. The comparison always gives some kind of hold on the theory. Okay. He suggested a federal type of government and advocated for institutions of referendum initiative and recall. Okay. What these referendum initiative and recall? Tools of direct democracy. Already we have seen this, right? The following institutions were suggested by Roy in his model constitution for free India. What are they? One by one we will see. See, for exam, I hope all of you know it's only for 20 marks, only 300 words you will be writing. So everything you will not write. You know what should write, what should you write. Okay. Write only the names of people committees and finish it off. Don't write everything, because there will not be word limit for that. M. and Roy suggested the system of direct democracy where power would flow from the people. People would exercise their sovereign power through the local people's committees. Okay, to the local people's committees. According to him, political ends can be achieved without capturing power. Okay, politics can be practiced without a party organization. He suggested that there would be people's committee in each village, each city, each town, elected annually on the basis of adult franchise. Okay, so people's committee would be elected. The total number of each people's committee will be 1/5 of the total number of voters in the locality. Can you relate with Gandhi? Okay, Gandhi told 50 people, then out of 100 villages, again 100 people should be elected. Typical Gandhian thought. Okay, everything there is in my notes, PDF it is there. Okay, so how M. and Roy is giving? Okay, compare and understand, becomes easy for you to understand. Both of them believed in direct democracy. Both of them believed in some kind of village committee, some kind of direct democracy in villages, but their scheme of things varied. Okay. So total number of each people's committee will be 1/5 of the total number of voters in locality. Roy suggested that larger and larger powers of managing local affairs should be entrusted to these communities. Other functions of these communities shall be to nominate candidates for seeking election to the provincial council and to the federal assembly. Okay, so he creates a federal assembly, he creates a provincial council, everything he creates. Okay, so to recommend the recall of the elected representatives of the respective constituency either in the federal assembly or in the provincial people's council, and to recommend the recall of the governor general or the governor of the respective province. Typical federal structure he wanted to create. Okay, typical federal structure. Right. The People's Committee shall also initiate legislation and could demand a referendum on any executive or legislative measure. In short, People's Committee shall become the political schools to train the people in intelligent citizenship. Okay, so as I just now told you, he also created Provincial People's Council, at the same time Federal Assembly, both he created. Okay, so the below part would be People's Committees. So all these people committees will be based on small provinces, and at the same time there will be Federal Assembly. Okay, typical federal division of powers. Very easy to understand. Typical federal division of powers. Okay, so Provincial People's Council. Province means Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Kerala province. Okay, so the total India will be divided into many provinces. Okay, instead of using the word, use the word state, using the word province here. That's it. Okay, so Provincial People's Council. So all villages, every village, every city, every town should have people committee, and like Tamil Nadu, like Kerala, like then Andhra, different states, you should have province, and at the province level you should also have a People's Council, and you should also have a Federal Assembly, where all this provincial council will also be linked to the Federal Assembly, and the country India is created. Okay, a typical federal regime of India. Okay, always remember this. But every stage there is direct democracy. There are some tools of direct democracy which he portrays. Got it? Right. Okay, right. Provincial People's Council. Each province shall be a provincial people's council consisting of the governor and the deputies of the people. The governor shall be elected directly by the people of the province for a term of 5 years. The deputies of the people will also be directly elected by the people of the province for the period of 4 years. This council shall meet once in 3 months to legislate on all matters except those reserved for the Federal Assembly. Okay. So, how it is different from the Gandhian scheme of things? In the Gandhian scheme of things, the village assemblies will send the delegates. Okay. Village assemblies will send the delegates. But in Roy scheme of things, the provincial council will also be directly elected by the people. Okay. Directly. So, no sending of delegates here. You got it? All these things compare and understand. Okay. It will also form a provincial council of ministers to perform the executive functions of the province. The council of ministers will be collectively responsible to the council. The provincial people's council shall also supervise and control the working of various departments in the province. Okay. So, Supreme People's Council. Roy suggested Federal Union of Free India, which would include both British India and Indian provinces. Indian provinces, princely states. According to him, all provinces in India would be formed on the basis of linguistic and cultural homogeneity. The provinces shall have the right to secede from the Federal Union. He also suggested that the Federation of India shall be a member of British Commonwealth. Okay. He also suggested the system of referendum. At the central level, there shall be a Supreme People's Council consisting of the Governor General, Council of State and the Federal Assembly. Okay. The Governor General shall be elected by the entire electorate for the period of 5 years. Again, the total people will elect. Okay. He shall preside over the joint session of the Council and the State and the Federal Assembly. Okay. So, what is the Federal Assembly? It will consist of elected representatives of the Federal Union, each representative for every 5 lakh people. So, every 5 lakh people, one representative. Okay. They shall be elected on the basis of adult franchise in the manner specifically devised for the election. Okay. It will meet at least quarterly and could be dissolved by the Governor General before the expiry of the term on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. The Federal Assembly will legislate on the subjects other than assigned to the provincial councils. Okay. Similarly, there is a division of things. Okay. What the provincial council should do, what the Federal Assembly should do. It will form a Federal Council of Ministers to perform the administrative duties. The Council of Ministers shall be responsible to the Supreme People's Council. The Federal Assembly would also supervise and control the working of various departments. Right. So, now we are going to the Council of State. Similarly to our Rajya Sabha. Okay. All these things little bit similar but different names. It will consist of intelligent people appointed by the provincial government for a period of 6 years, and its number shall be equal for all the provinces. Okay. A typical Rajya Sabha. Every provinces will give their own members at the Council of State. The members will be nominated from various professions: engineers, economists, scientists, doctors, jurists, historians, and such other persons having outstanding contribution in the philosophy or social sciences. So, how it is different from today's Rajya Sabha is, how it is different? It goes for functional representatives, whereas today's Council of State also goes for territorial representatives. Okay. Do you understand? Today Rajya Sabha, based on territory only we select MPs, correct? But his concept is based on functional representatives: engineers, economists, scientists. Scientist is a function, engineer is a function, correct? Doctor is a function. So, 2 doctors, 3 doctors from each province. Right? There would also be 3 civil servants from each province. The Council of State will be an advisory body to guide and advise the Assembly. It will also supervise planning in the socio-economic sector, health, education and cultural fields. In addition to this, Roy also suggested the organization of the judiciary to deal with cases brought before it both by citizens and provinces. I also mentioned various institutions to perform the functions of local self-government in their respective areas. These institutions would be responsible for maintaining sanitation, public health, education, primary. So, everything will come into the local body institutions, right? Okay. See, I know it will be really tough to remember all those things, but how you can remember this? As I just now told you, to create a comparative analysis. Okay. Do this as an assignment. Okay, do this as an assignment. Go read both Gandhi, both is there in our PDF. Gandhi is there in my PDF. This I have extensively given here. Okay, so this is not there in my PDF. So I have extensively given this here. Write this as an assignment. Compare Gandhi's village economy, how he wanted to create a Swaraj, his program of Swaraj. Okay, and compare the radical humanism, organized democracy of M.N. Roy. Okay, because both, what is common? What is common? Some kind of direct democracy at the village level is common. Both, but both of them differ hugely in the way by which the Federal Assembly is being created. Okay, so this in my PDF, if it is not answering, Google it and read. Okay, Google it and learn. Okay, about Gandhi. In organized democracy, completely I have given it. You need not Google it. Okay, with respect to Mahatma Gandhi, my PDF will answer only few things. Other things they will not be there in my PDF. So little bit Google it, you will understand. Okay, wait, compare and read. Write this as an assignment and send it to me. Okay, submit there, I will get it. Okay, write this as an assignment. It is always better. Right. A very significant facet of M.N. Roy's radical humanism or new humanism was his strong advocacy in favor of education. Roy was against compulsory primary education. Any compulsion is against liberty, and education which seeks to maintain status quo is not suitable for making the community conscious of its inherent powers. Education should help man and women to rethink rationally and to decide themselves about how the problems are to be solved. Roy lamented that no government provides such an education. State governed education teaches the masses to sing songs of patriotism, salute the national flag, to study history, edited by government to work collectively to achieve the success of the state. He opined that no national education provided by the government in any country is true democratic education. Roy says that there are important types of education. They are education of citizenship, political education, education of freedom, and education of different section of society. Right. With this, we are completing M.N. Roy. Okay, I know a little bit tougher in the sense that lot of schemes are there, but once you compare and understand, becomes easy. Right. Any doubt about M.N. Roy? Any doubt about M.N. Roy? So it has taken 1 hour almost, right? Any doubt about M.N. Roy's thesis, guys? Okay, I will sum it up. So how to read M.N. Roy's radical humanism for exam? Okay, there is only 3 possible questions, logical 3 possible questions in M.N. Roy's. Okay, inside the 3 questions there could be again small sub questions. That is different question, different thing. First possible question is his history, M.N. Roy's history. Okay, because 1 year already the question has come. Okay, so how M.N. Roy has travelled? He was a Marxist, then he became a person in the middle of Marxism as his own philosophy of radical humanism. Last phase, a radical humanist thinker. Okay, this is history of M.N. Roy. So in this, one question is possible, multiple questions also possible. For example, comment on the Marxist years of M.N. Roy. Critically examine the radical humanist years of M.N. Roy. Any question is possible. Critically examine the middle phase of M.N. Roy, where he is neither a Marxist nor a radical humanist. Any question? This is one way by which asking question. Another way by which asking question is radical humanism is the philosophical foundation of radical humanism. the philosophical foundation of radical humanism. So we have seen reason, morality, and the most important philosophical foundation is the individual liberty, the individual, okay, individual liberty. So everything subsumes to the individual liberty in case of a radical humanist thought. Okay, this is the philosophical foundation. Again, in this philosophical question, one question can come, multiple questions can come. They can ask you how M.N. Roy has subsumed morality to the individual. Such tough questions generally we don't expect in UPSC. Okay, they will be asking only direct questions like what is radical humanism, M.N. Roy. Okay, they will not ask you very tough questions. At least you are not expecting now. At this in the next 2-3 years. Okay, so don't worry about it. So this is another logical question. The next way of understanding radical humanism, organized democracy. That's it. His plan of organized democracy. 3 type of questions that can come. Okay. So inside organized democracy also multiple questions is possible. One question is also possible. Multiple questions in the sense write about the village assemblies or write about the provincial assembly. Either way the question can come. Okay. Or simply they can ask you comment on the organized democracy of M.N. Roy. Simply they can ask you comment on the organized. Then if it is a 20-mark question for the first 100 and 150 words, then you have to comment on, so you have to tell them what is the scheme of organized democracy, first 100 words, then you have to give a comment. Okay, first 100 and 150 words, you have to give the scheme, then you have to comment on it. What is possible, what is not possible, any comment. Okay, how you construct. Okay, either way you can do it. Okay, that is how. This is the possible questions from the radical humanism of M.N. Roy, guys. See, what I would say is, any possible question, as I already told you, you create your own imaginary questions and structure and keep it in a notebook. Okay, don't take these advices lightly. Okay, structure and keep it. Only structure of the answer. You need not answer the question at all. Only structure. You create your own imaginary question, you put a structure and keep it. It will be extremely helpful for your, when you clear the prelims examination, when you come to the main stage. Okay, because now if you have any problem in structuring, you can approach me. Okay, I will always tell, even if you want to structure your previous year question, also you structure and show it to me. Okay, many students I have told the individual interaction. This week we might have the individual interaction Monday to Friday. Okay, we will have individual interaction for the second test. Okay, so see, last time also in the first test when we had the individual interaction, I already told every one of you that if you want, you structure, you show it to me, I will see, I will correct and give it to you. Okay, many students, a few students already showed that to me, I already corrected and give it to them. Okay, so you can do it. Okay, previous year question you can do it. Every day take 1 or 2 questions, write it down, and at the end of the week come and show it to me. Sir, this week I wrote 7 questions, sir. Please correct it. I will correct it and give it to you. Immediately in front of you, I will do it and give it to you. Okay, I will see how you approached. Okay, and if you want to go only with structuring, so I don't want to answer, but this previous year question I saw. For example, I have structured all 20-22 questions, sir. This is correct. Show it to me. Okay, take 20-22 question paper. Only do structuration. Okay, this should come in the introduction, this should come into the body, and this should be the conclusion. This is the approach I am going to give. That is what the structure of an answer. Correct. Only do the structure and show it to me. Because inside matter, that anyway if you learn you can write it. But the way by which you structure an answer, that I need. See, I have to help you out. Okay, you need my help there. Okay, but anyway, even if I am not there, if you read something, you can write it. Radical humanism. Anyone who reads this slide can easily answer radical humanism. Correct. But the only thing is how to answer it, how to structure it. That is where you need the help of the teacher. Okay, that is where you use me when I am here. Okay, every week I am coming. After the class, in the break, you can come and ask me, you can show me. Right. Okay. With this, we are completing radical humanism. Any doubt in this? Now we will go to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Online students, any doubt? Online students, the number is 730-59 888226. Okay. Now we'll go to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Ambedkar is a very big topic. In case of Gandhi, we have already seen half of Gandhi earlier itself. So it became easier for us to complete Gandhi in some 45 minutes. Because most of the Gandhi's philosophy we already read in our political strategies of freedom struggle. Satyagraha, Ahimsa, everything we have already seen, Swaraj, most of the things. So for us it became extremely easier to complete Gandhi in 45 minutes. But Ambedkar is not the case. Ambedkar, we have not read enough about Ambedkar initially. So this is where we are going to exclusively read Ambedkar. So Ambedkar, as we all know, is one of the highly hailed person in Indian context and at the same time highly ridiculed person in the Indian context. There are people who even still insult Ambedkar and at the same time praise Ambedkar. Ambedkar, in a sense, a kind of a controversial personality, even though the kind of achievement that Ambedkar given to us, okay, it has not been understood properly for the most of the time. And Ambedkar, in Indian constitution, already many times we have discussed, whatever that we are doing now, been shaped by Ambedkar to a greater extent, to a larger extent. So that credit we have to give to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, no doubt in it. But to understand why Ambedkar has not been understood in the very way that he has to be understood, we have to understand what is his basic theory is all about. Okay. Ambedkar lived for Dalits, the untouchables, as he called scheduled castes. Okay. He lived for untouchables, he lived for the rights of untouchables till his death. Okay. Because he himself was a untouchable Dalit by birth. Okay. He was born in that society which was considered as an untouchable caste group. Already we have seen the Varnashrama Dharma, who are untouchable, what is Purusha Shakta, extensively have seen. So I am not going to relive it. Extensively have seen. So by now all of you would be extremely familiar with this very concept of untouchables. So Hindu Shastra says about 4 groups of people, and there is also a 5th group of people who never dealt in Hindu Shastra, which is the untouchable group of people. They does not belong to Sutras, they come to outside the Sutras, sometimes called as Ati Sutras. Okay, they are not basically they does not comes under the 4-fold classification at all. That is the reason they are called as outcast. Outcast. Okay, so they are outside the 4-fold classification, considered as Dalits. So who are Dalits? Why? What is the way by which Dalits have come? So all these things are highly discussed. Ambedkar also his own point of view, how Dalits came into existence, what is untouchability, all these things are there. But before understanding all these things, we have to understand his analysis of caste. Okay, what is caste according to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar? Okay, and then we have to understand how he associated the problems of Indian society with caste. Because 2 years questions have come directly from this point of view. What is caste? What is annihilation of caste? Okay, so once you read Ambedkar, what is very, very important for you is how Ambedkar understood caste, how Ambedkar understood about annihilation of caste. Okay, abolition of caste. This is very, very important to understand Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. This is where the controversy erupts. Okay, this is where the real controversy comes. How Ambedkar sees caste and how Ambedkar wants to abolish caste and how he is not in the same page with the other Indian thinkers, okay, other Indian scholars. Okay, there are many people like Mahatma Gandhi who also wants to abolish untouchability, but not in the very way by which Ambedkar wants to abolish. Okay, Ambedkar wants to abolish caste itself, not untouchability. But Gandhi and other thinkers at that point of time does not want to abolish caste. They wanted to abolish only untouchability. The practice, the social exclusive practice, the demeaning practice that is there inside India's social system. You understood? So that is where Ambedkar and Gandhi were completely opposite. All the thinkers and Ambedkar were completely opposite each other. Where Ambedkar thought caste itself has to be annihilated. Where other people does not want the caste itself to be annihilated, only the practice of untouchability inside caste has to go. Okay, so Ambedkar becomes a controversial person a little bit. Okay, this quote I have taken directly from the Annihilation of Caste text. Okay, which Ambedkar has quoted Drummond. This is not Ambedkar's quote, this is Drummond's quote, but it extensively says about his personality, what Ambedkar stands for. So that is the reason I have taken this quote. Okay, he will not reason is a bigot, he cannot reason as a fool, and he dare not reason as a slave. Okay, so he doesn't want to be a slave, so he wanted to reason things. So he reasoned what is caste. Okay, so caste. See, how I have organized this total lecture about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is, I have taken 2 influential lectures of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar word by word. Okay, and we are going to read every line. This is written by Ambedkar, every line. Okay, it is not even a single manipulation. Every line is written by Ambedkar. Why I wanted this approach is because sometimes as a teacher, what we say, what we write might misinterpret what actually he said. So to understand such a personality is always better to understand the personality through his own lines rather than understanding from others' writings. So I don't want to write in my own way and take it. So every line that is there is Ambedkar's own words, Ambedkar's own writings, but I have taken a liberty to reorganize it here and there, so that I have to explain you the concept. Okay, so the structuration will be different. This is not the exact paragraph of Ambedkar, but every word here is Ambedkar's. Okay, I have taken it, I have remixed a little bit here and there, so that you can understand the concept. That liberty I have taken. Otherwise, each and every word that is there in the slide is Ambedkar's own writing. I have not manipulated even a single word. Okay, I will tell you, if any slide does not come, every slide is written by me, I will tell you. Okay, right. Caste. What is caste? Caste system is not merely division of labor. It is not merely a division of labor. It is also a division of laborers. Okay, division of laborers. It is a hierarchy in which the divisions of laborers are graded. Hierarchy. Okay, so certain laborers are in the top of the hierarchy and certain people are laborers in the bottom hierarchy. So it is a hierarchy in which the divisions of laborers are graded one above the other. This division of labor is not spontaneous. This does not come spontaneous, how the liberal society speaks about, but it is not based on natural aptitudes, not based on natural character, but on that of social status of the parents. So what class I belong to or what division of labor I belong to depends upon the social status of my parent, not on me, not on my natural aptitude, where I am born to. Okay, my parents. So the division of labor brought about the caste system is not a division based on choice. Okay, so I cannot choose which caste I have to be. It is based on the dogma of predestination. Okay, it is your destined. If you are born into this particular caste, automatically the caste will be graded based on their occupations. Some division of laborers would already be there. That you don't have any choice of choosing where you have to be. Okay, everything is based on predestination. You are destined. Okay, that is how Ambedkar defines caste. Okay, Ambedkar defines caste. I have taken a liberty to put words here and there, but technically, typical definition of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Okay, what is a caste? So, according to Ambedkar, caste is not just a division of labor. All of you know, one caste, every caste. there's one job for one caste. Okay, there will be a typical barber caste, there will be a typical priest caste, there will be a typical, every caste should have their own job in a village. Okay, and there will be a family job they will be doing for eternally for centuries. That is how a caste system is generally there. So many people at that point of time were arguing. They were saying that what is wrong with the caste? Even Gandhi has said, what is wrong with the caste? Gandhi has eulogized caste, saying that caste is the greatest finding of the Varnashrama Dharma, and the caste is the greatest finding of our Indian mind, where we can sustain ourselves as a pure village economy. Caste thought of village economy, caste thought of the village public administration. That is how we eulogized. But Ambedkar comes and says, definitely a self-sustained village economy is created in caste, as most of the people argue. No doubt in it. But on what expense? The self-sustained village economy should be based on choice. But it is not based on choice, but based on the dogma of predestination. You are destined to do this job. You are destined. You cannot change job. You cannot change your occupation. Because you belong to this caste. If you are this caste, then this is your job. Caste job. You cannot change your caste job. Okay. So that is how Ambedkar argued. Right. So what are the problems of caste? It is a pity that caste even today has its defenders, says Ambedkar. The defenses are many. It is defended on the ground that caste system is but another name for division of labor, and the division of labor is a necessary feature of every civilized society. Then it is argued that there is nothing wrong in the caste system. Okay, just now I told you. So what is wrong in the caste system? Okay, it's nothing but a division of labor. So argues people. Now the first thing to be urged against this view is that caste system is not merely division of labor, it is also division of laborers. Civilized society undoubtedly needs division of labor, but not division of laborers. Any civilized society definitely needs division of labor. That Ambedkar is not against, but it should not be division of laborers. But no civilized society is division of labor accompanied by this unnatural division of laborers into watertight compartments. So this group of people cannot do that job. That group of people cannot do this job. That watertight compartment is never there in any other society except India, says Ambedkar. So caste system is not merely a division of laborers, which is quite different from the division of labor. It is a hierarchy in which the division of laborers are graded, one above the other. In no other country is the division of labor accompanied by this gradation of laborers. No other country it is there, but only in India, says Ambedkar. Okay, so how he understands caste at that point of time. Today's people, especially the people who are already born and brought up in these cities, okay, will not understand the concept of caste. Most of you will be thinking now, say what Ambedkar says. See, now any one of us can do any job now. That is how most of you are reading thinking. But once Ambedkar analyzed, okay, it was in a colonial society. Okay, at that point of time, Ambedkar is also greatly responsible for this society that we are living today. We have to understand. Only because Ambedkar understood that caste is the major reason for the human sufferings. Okay, Ambedkar was paramount in creating a lot of reservations and all the other things in Indian constitution. Okay, all other rights. We cannot imagine our society without these rights today. Probably, if the Indian constitution did not have these safeguards which Ambedkar has created, Ambedkar and other constitution makers have created, probably this might be true even today. Okay, those people who do not understand, who cannot sympathize with Ambedkar, have to understand this is the product of Ambedkar society in 1920s and 1930s. Okay, 1920s and 1930s. That is how society existed at that point of time. Okay, today we have come a long way owing to great thinkers including Ambedkar. Okay, the kind of reservation, the kind of things that has been given in Indian society, if it was not there, probably this might be true even today. Probably, you never know. You never know. Okay, that is the importance of Ambedkar. So, if you cannot relate with Ambedkar now and say, sir, this is not the true, sir, this is not caste today, this is today, caste is different. Caste has changed hugely today. Caste has changed hugely today. But at that point of time, when Dr. Ambedkar analyzed caste, this was the caste. Okay, always understand this. Okay, always understand this. The division of labor is not spontaneous, it is not based on natural aptitudes. Social and individual efficiency requires us to develop the capacity of an individual to the point of competency in to choose and make his own career. Okay, Ambedkar argues, what is the problem of caste? Okay, so what Ambedkar says, individual efficiency is also important, at the same time capacity of the individual, competency, everything is important. This principle is violated in caste system. Okay, that is the problem, says Ambedkar. What is violated? This principle of choice, competency, everything is violated because there is no competency whatsoever. If you are born into this caste, this is your job. So you are competing only with your own castemen. And also in some societies, I already told you, because of Jajmani system, even that competition is not there. Okay, hope you remember what is the Jajmani system. The Jajmani system is that if you are a barber, you have to do that to your own family members, to another family member. For example, if family A, B, C has one barber X. Okay, so after the death of X, the sons of X, X1, X2, X3 has to do the same service of cutting the hair to the sons of A, B, C, A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3 and C1, C2, C3. You understood? You cannot have any choice there. The sons of X cannot choose. So I don't want A, B, C or their sons. Rather, I will go with D, E, F. They cannot choose. Even though you are a barber, there is no competition inside that also. That is how Indian society existed, 1920s and 1930s. Everything was predestined. Whom you are giving that service, that was also predestined. That is called the Jajmani system. You cannot choose your leader, you cannot choose your master. Okay, you have to work under him or her eternally. Your son, your daughter, under them eternally. You have to serve them. You understood? There is no competition, there is no escaping. That is how the society was there at that point of time. Okay, so that is the reason Ambedkar said the point of competency is also not there. Right? So, insofar as it involves an attempt to appoint tasks to individuals in advance, selected not on the basis of trained original capacities but on that of social status of the parents. Looked at from another point of view, this stratification of occupations, which is the result of caste system, is positively pernicious. Industry is never static. So, what Ambedkar says, okay, you speak about the self-sustained village economy and you say that our Varnashrama Dharmam, the Hindu society has created the self-sustained village economy for good only, then you have to understand no industry is static. The industry changes. New technological development, new industries come. Then again the caste system is not expanding, it is again stopping the human progress, argues Ambedkar. Okay, that is how he says the caste system is not going to help the human progress, it is going to be a hindrance to it. It undergoes rapid and abrupt changes. With such changes, an individual must be free to change his occupation, Without such freedom to adjust himself to changing circumstances, it would be impossible for him to gain his livelihood, says Ambedkar. Okay, so again and again I am telling you, you have to understand this from the point of view of Ambedkar in 1920s and 1930s. Okay, don't compare that now and say that Ambedkar was wrong. Okay, we can say whoever the Ambedkarists who are still saying the same argument without revisiting the Ambedkar's documents, Ambedkar's ideas, they are wrong. We can say that. Okay, criticism of Dalit nationalist parties slavishly were following Ambedkar's writings, which was written in 1920s and 1930s without changing it. to 2020 circumstances, that is wrong. We can argue, we can critically argue that. Okay, and that criticism also applies to Periyar and Dravidian parties also. Okay, whatever that they have created, any idea is a historical idea, whether it's a Karl Marx or Ambedkar, Periyar, any idea is a historical idea. Periyar wrote about anti-Brahminism. Okay, Ambedkar wrote about anti-Hinduism. Okay, and Karl Marx wrote about capitalism, anti-capitalism. All these things are historical ideas. Based on the historical circumstances Marx faced in 1850, Ambedkar faced in 1920, and Periyar faced in almost the same time. Okay, that is what we have to see. But applying their philosophies in 2020 without any change, without revisiting, revising it, that is the problem. That is the problem. That critical point you can rate. Okay, but you cannot criticize Ambedkar saying Ambedkar has not understood caste at all. The way by which Ambedkar understood caste is wrong. Okay, that you don't write, because that will be wrong if you write it. Because his analysis of caste is based on 1920s society. Okay, now I accept the caste has changed hugely. Now the most of the tenets which Ambedkar said about caste now do not apply in most of the cities and half of the India's villages, more than half of India's villages I would say. India has come very hugely. Only in certain pockets in villages still it is practiced. Okay, otherwise India has come a long way from how Ambedkar saw caste. Okay, that we have to accept it, right. Now the caste system will not allow Hindus to take to occupations where they are wanted if they do not belong to them by heredity. Okay, if a Hindu is seen to starve rather than to take new occupations, not to assign to his caste, the reason is to be found in the caste system. By not permitting readjustment of occupations, caste becomes a direct cause of much of the unemployment we see in the country. Okay, so Ambedkar again argued at that point of time, caste is the reason for unemployment, because the people are not free to choose. Okay, you cannot choose another job, because already it is said, predestined. If you are this, you belong to this caste. If the technology is developed, the industry is developing, but since the people are not free, unemployment is coming, according to Ambedkar. Okay, that is the analysis in 1920. Always understand this. As a form of division of labor, the caste system suffers from another serious defect. Division of labor brought about the caste system is not a division based on choice. Division, individual sentiment, individual preference has no place in it. Okay, it is based on the dogma of predestination. Right. There are many occupations in India which, on account of the fact that they are regarded as degraded by the Hindus, provoke those who are engaged in them to aversion. Okay, so many occupations are being considered as degrading occupations, right? And this also angers the people who does that occupation. There is a constant desire to evade and escape from such occupations which arise solely because of the blighting effect which they produce upon those who follow them, owing to the slight and stigma cast upon them by the Hindu religion. So, Hindu religion is trying to say certain occupations are demeaning. Okay, they are lower in the hierarchy. So the people who are doing that occupations always try to escape it also. There is always a constant struggle, a tussle. Okay, what efficiency can there be in a system under which neither men's hearts nor their minds are in their work? Okay, so what Ambedkar says is, there is a constant tussle. So the people who are doing the so-called demeaning occupation are not applying their heart and mind in the job. They always want to escape, because that is not based on individual choice. For example, doing manual scavenging, it is wrong, but certain castes has been asked to do a manual scavenging. That is not their choice, but they are forced to do it based on the caste system. So they will not do the manual scavenging based on their choice, so they will not apply their heart and mind to it. Heart and soul will not be applied to do the job. Correct? In that case, he argues, what efficiency there can be in a system? What efficiency? The people are not applying heart. Okay. So, as an economic organization, caste is therefore a harmful institution. Even if you see from the economic point of view, like how most of the nationalists at that point of time argued, caste created a self-sustained village economy. Ambedkar says, even if you see from the economic point of view, what he says is wrong. Why what he says wrong is, most of the people who are doing the recurring job do not apply the heart and mind to it. They do not like the job. They are doing a job not because they like it, because they are forced to do it. They have no other option. So, if people are doing certain jobs because they don't like it, then how can they apply heart and soul to it? Then how can they be efficient in that particular job? They cannot be efficient. So, Ambedkar again argues, this inefficiency is a very reason. What is the reason behind the inefficiency? Caste system. Okay. So, Ambedkar says, as an economic organization also, caste is therefore a harmful institution. Don't think that is a useful institution, that like most of you are saying. Caste is a useful institution because it is creating a self-sustained village economy. That is your argument, correct? So Ambedkar says that argument is wrong. That argument is wrong. Why that argument is wrong? Because people are not giving the heart and soul because they are forced to do it. So they cannot be efficient enough. Okay. So in as much as it involves a subordination of man's natural powers and inclination to the exigencies of social rules. Okay. So you are submitting everything to the social rules. I would be very happy if I am a painter, okay, but I am forced to do some job which I don't like because of the doctrine of predestination. You are destined to this job because you belong to this caste. So you have to do only this job, this occupation only because you belong to this caste. Okay. So Ambedkar argues, even in the economic front, it is a wrong institution or a harmful institution. Right. Some have dug a biological trench in defense of the caste system. Okay, and also many people at that point of time you argued that why the caste system should be there, and some people said, I like how some people said argued based on economy, they have supported caste system based on economy. There are some people at that point of time we are supporting caste system based on purity of races. Purity of races. That Ambedkar argues here. It was said that the object of caste was to preserve purity of race and purity of blood. Okay. Now, ethnologists are of opinion that men of pure race exist nowhere in the world, and that there has been a mixture of all races in all parts of the world. Okay. So, especially is this the case with the people of India also. Dr. Bhandarkar, in his paper of Foreign Elements in Hindu Population, has stated that there is hardly a class or caste in India which has not foreign strain in it. Okay. There is an admixture of alien blood not only among the warrior classes, the Rajputs and the Marathas, but also among the Brahmins, who are under the happy delusion that they are free from all foreign elements. So according to Dr. Bhandarkar, no one is free, right? So everyone have their own foreign traits. The caste system cannot be said to have grown as a means of preventing the admixture of races or as a means of maintaining purity of blood. So you cannot also say that, because now research has shown that there is no purity of race. There is zero purity of race. Okay. So even that you cannot argue. As a matter of fact, caste system came into being long after the different races of India had commonly mingled in blood and culture. To hold that distinctions of caste are really distinctions of race and treat different castes as though there were so many different races is a gross perversion of facts. So it's a wrong fact. Okay. What racial affinity is there between a Brahmin of the Punjab and the Brahmin of Madras? Okay, ask Ambedkar. So what racial affinity? Okay. What racial affinity is there between the untouchable of Bengal and the untouchable of Madras? Okay. So there is no racial affinity. There is no unity among them. Okay. What racial difference is there between the Brahmin of the Punjab, the Chamar of the Punjab? Both of them are Punjab, belong to Punjab. but one person is Brahmin, another person is Chamar, they are untouchable. So what racial difference is there? Okay. What racial difference is there between a Brahmin of Madras and a Pariah of Madras? Okay. So according to Ambedkar, there is nothing, because all of them belong to Madras. Okay. Caste has killed public spirit. Okay. What caste has did? It has killed the public spirit. Caste has destroyed the sense of public charity. It has killed the public spirit. It has killed the public charity. Caste has made public opinion impossible. Caste has made the public opinion impossible. The Hindu's public is his caste. For Hindu, what is the public? His caste means public. Okay. Public and politics we organize, we relate. For Hindu, caste is public. Okay. His responsibility is only to his caste. His loyalty is restricted only to his caste. Everything based on caste. Virtue has become caste ridden. Virtue, good tenets. Virtue, caste ridden. Morality has become caste bound. There is no sympathy to the deserving. There is no appreciation of the meritorious. There is no charity to the needy. Suffering as such calls for no response. There is charity, but it begins with the caste and ends with the caste. There is sympathy, but not for men of another caste. Would a Hindu acknowledge and follow the leadership of a great and good man? The case of Mahatma apart, the answer must be that he will follow a leader if he is a man of his caste. Only then you will accept them as a leader. A Brahmin will follow a leader only if he is a Brahmin. A Kshatriya if he is a Kayastha if he is a Kayastha, and so on. Okay. So that is how Ambedkar has analyzed caste. Right. What is the time now? Okay. 54. So we will take some 15 minutes break. Okay. So annihilation of caste. So a lot of things to read. 15 minutes break. Come by 6:10 or 12. Okay. Thank you. Hello? Right. Online students, the number is 730-5988-226. Right. So, can we continue? Annihilation of caste. So, this is not Ambedkar's, say, as you can see the top. This is my interpretation. Okay. So, I have rewritten something so that you can understand the next few lines better. So, in the total text of annihilation of caste, after reading what I understood is, Ambedkar do not say this is the best method, that is the best method, but how he understands of annihilation of caste is, which is the most method of primary importance, So, that should be the base, okay. And other methods is also important, but is not that completely unimportant, but the primary method, which is the third method which Ambedkar says. So, Ambedkar says that should be the real basic method to how you annihilate a caste, abolish the caste. Other methods are also useful. Interdining is important, at the same time intermarriage of caste is also important, okay, and intermarriage of caste is very important than interdining, okay. So, but because intermarriage only can exactly negate caste, but before that you have to understand which is the very basic thing to annihilate the caste in totality is the abolition of Hindu Shastras, okay. That is how we have to see Ambedkar's writing. So, what is the foremost thing in annihilating caste is abolishing Hindu Shastras, says Ambedkar, okay. So, above that you also have the intermarriage of caste, but this becomes useful only after abolishing Hindu Shastras, okay. So, you are not ready to abolish Hindu Shastra, you are not ready to abolish all the dogma that is there in Hinduism, and you wanted to follow the same thing. But after following the same thing, you say I want to do with the intermarriage of caste to abolish caste system, it won't work. As long as there is some kind of a sanctity, okay, purity to certain caste, okay, as long as that is there, as long as people believe that, okay, okay. So, as long as that particular belief is not abolished, among the people, then whatever kind of intermarriage that you do, whatever kind of interdining that you do, it will not abolish caste in totality, because caste is something, is the notion of mind, it is the mind basically, it's the notion of mind. As long as your mind believes that there is some kind of purity that is attached to the caste, okay, you believe, you think that my caste is pure, I am superior, my caste is more close to God. If you think that way, if you think that your caste is very close to God, then whatever intermarriage that you do, what you will do? You will say, my son should be brought up, he also has my caste, so brought up in the way of my caste, because you believe your caste is very. So then what kind of kith and kin you will choose? The members of your caste, right? Technically that is happening everywhere today. There will be intermarriage, of two castes, but the husband or the wife might think that their caste is superior to their spouse caste. Then what will do? They will stop their children mingling with the members of their opposite caste. For example, husband thinks that his caste is more superior than the wife's caste. What he will do? Systematically he will avoid the relatives of his wife. He will avoid his children to mingle with the relatives of his wife, technically, and he will bring the particular, he will take care of the total children like a member of his own caste. Correct? This is happening everywhere. We are seeing this. Why he is doing that? In spite of the fact that he understands that even the people of other castes is also kith and kin. Why is he doing that? Because he believes my caste is more superior, my caste is more pure, my caste is very close to God, so I am superior. As long as that belief is not broken, what is the use of intermarriage of caste? What is the use of intermarriage of caste? The son and the daughter will be brought up in the very way by which a pure caste man would be brought up. He would have told for the very first younger age, our caste is great, so don't mingle with their children, their caste people, so we are superior, we are great. They are saying live examples, all of you would have seen this. The live examples. Caste greatness is something that has become very, very synonymous today. Everywhere you have some kind of caste pride that has been revoked again and again. Some leader will come and speak about the caste pride. My caste is like that. I am descendant of this caste. Right. So, as long as this belief is not broken, this belief that I have a great caste that is descendant from this god, that god, I am pure, I am close to God, I am close to God, all this belief is not broken. Okay, there is no use in intermarriage or interdining according to Ambedkar. So, he does not right away say it is a wrong method. Okay, he does not say right away the first one and the second one is a wrong method. You have to understand. He says that it will not be useful unless and until this is not done. Which is not done? The third method is not done. As long as you believe in the Hindu Shastra, as long as you believe in the notion of purity that is there, as long as they believe that your caste is great, it comes from this god, that god, so I am greater, my caste is greater, as long as you believe that, there is no use of intermarriage of caste. Even after intermarriage, you select your own kith and kin. You will not allow your children to mingle everywhere. You will not allow. You will select your own kith and kin. You will tell your children that don't go to the members of that caste, even though they are kith and kin, even though they come from your mother's lineage, but their caste is bad. You tell them. Right. That is what is happening today also. Okay. Right. So that is how Ambedkar has seen annihilation of caste. So again, this is Ambedkar's writing. So nothing I have written something here. Purely Ambedkar's writing. You are right in holding that caste will cease to be an operative force only when interdining and intermarriage have become matters of common course. You are right, says Ambedkar. You have located the source of the disease, but is your prescription the right prescription of the disease? Ask yourselves this question. Why is it that a large majority of Hindus do not interdine and do not intermarry? Why they don't do? Okay. Why is that your caste is not popular? There can be only one answer to this question, and it is that interdining and intermarriage are repugnant to the beliefs and dogmas which the Hindus regard as sacred. Okay. So, Hindus regard certain dogmas as sacred, certain things is extremely sacred, and intermarriage and interdining is against that belief. So, that is the reason people don't interdine or intermarry. Okay. Caste is not a physical object like a wall of bricks or a line of barbed wire which prevents the Hindus from commingling and which has therefore to be pulled down. Okay. So, it is not a physical object. Okay. Like some wall that is built around you, or it is not a barbed wire by which someone has tied you. It is not a physical thing, so that you cut the barbed wire and escape. It is not the case. Caste is a notion. It is a state of mind. So, caste is a notion, it is a state of mind. The destruction of caste does not therefore mean the destruction of physical barrier. So, you cannot break some wall, as such I break this and go out of that. It is not the case. It means a notional change. Caste may be bad. Caste may lead to conduct so gross as to be called man's humanity to man, inhumanity to man. Okay. All the same, it must be recognized that the Hindus observe caste not because they are inhuman or wrong-headed. So he says that Hindus are not bad people. Hindus are not bad people. They are good people only. But they observe caste because they are deeply religious. Because the religion says so. So Hindus are not bad people. They are good people only. But still they observe caste. Still they observe all the untouchability and socialism that is there in caste, because the religion says that. Understood? So people are not wrong in observing caste. In my view, what is wrong is their religion. So the people are not wrong, their religion is wrong. Okay. So I am not saying the people are bad there, the people are wrong there. No, I would not say that. The people are correct, the religion is wrong, so they are behaving in a wrong way. Okay. So which has inculcated this notion of caste. Okay, this notion of caste. See, that is the reason we say Ambedkar is a staunch critic of Hinduism. Staunch critic of Hinduism. But there is also a book called the Hindutva Ambedkar written by BJP cadres. Okay, that is a different story. But Ambedkar is a strong critic of Hinduism. At any point of time we cannot say Ambedkar supported Hinduism. Any point of time we cannot say so. Right. If this is correct, then obviously the enemy you must grapple with is not the people who observe caste, but the Shastras which teach them this religion of caste. Okay. So you should not be against Hindus basically. Okay, the upper caste people. So you should not be against Hindus or the upper caste of the Hindus, but rather whom you should be against? The Shastras. Because the people are not bad, the religion is bad. Okay. This is the religion, they are asking them to do things. The people does that because they believe only if they do that, then they will go and reach the God. That is their belief. So because you want to become very close to God, okay, after death, because you have to live a great life after death. Okay, you think that you have to follow Varnashrama Dharma, Manu Dharma. You believe that. Okay, so the problem is not the Hindu people, the upper caste people. The problem is the religion. Okay, criticizing and ridiculing people for not entertaining or intermarrying or occasionally holding intercaste dinners or celebrating intercaste marriages is futile method of achieving the desired end. So you cannot insult people by saying that you don't intermarry enough, you don't interdine, you cannot insult. They are doing what their religion says. Then what you have to do? You have to abolish the religion. Okay, then automatically the people will change. So comes Ambedkar. The real remedy is to destroy the belief in the sanctity of the Shastras. Sanctity of the Shastras. How do you expect to succeed if you allow the Shastras to continue to mold the beliefs and opinions of the people? As long as the Hindu Shastra is continuing each and every of your opinion, okay, then how the people can succeed? Ask Ambedkar. Not to question the authority of Shastras, to permit the people to believe in their sanctity and their sanctions, and to blame them and to criticize them for their acts as being irrational and inhuman is an incongruous way of carrying on social reform. This is not by the way which the social reform will be carried out. They are insulting the people instead of insulting the Shastra that is there. The people are only slave followers of the Shastras. They slavishly follow the Shastras. But as a social reformer, what you do? You insult the people saying that you don't do this, you don't doing this. The people are only slavishly following the Shastras. So this is not the way the social reform has to be done, says Ambedkar. Okay. So reformers working for the removal of untouchability, including Mahatma Gandhi, do not seem to realize that acts of people are merely the results of their beliefs, inculcated upon their minds by the Shastras. Okay. Results of their beliefs inculcated upon their minds by the Shastras, and that people will not change their conduct until they cease to believe in the sanctity of the Shastras on which their conduct is founded. So what should be broken? The belief of the people in Hindu religion. That is the major thing they have to break. The abolishing of Hindu Shastras. Without doing it, even Mahatma Gandhi has not understood it, he says. Already you know, anyway I will come to that particular point. Mahatma Gandhi wants to abolish untouchability, but he wants to retain the caste system. Okay. How is it possible? Ask Ambedkar. How is it possible? Because the problem is the Hindu Shastra, the religion that sanctifies the caste rules. The caste rules is sanctified by Shastras. You have to break that. You have to break that notion in people's mind. That is the first thing they have to do. Understood? No wonder that such efforts have not produced any results. So many people are trying to intermarriage, create intermarriages, intercaste marriages. Okay, that has been done, and many people are doing interdining. At that point of time, it is very famous. Now it is not needed. Nowadays, everyone interdine. Okay, intermarriage now in villages, even today, it is barred, as most of you would have known. Okay, but today's village has changed hugely. Interdining in most of the villages not barred. They do interdining. Only intermarriage they don't do. Okay, so at that point of time, even interdining was not done. So Ambedkar says, you take all these benefits, or you take all these methods, you create interdining things, you do intermarriages, but instead nothing has changed because of this. So you also seem to be erring in the same way as the reformers working in the cause of removing untouchability. Okay, to agitate for and to organize intercaste dinners, intercaste marriages is like forced feeding brought about by artificial means. Make every man and woman free from the thraldom of Shastras. Free the people from the control of Shastras. So every of your mind has been controlled by Hindu Shastra. Okay, the notion of purity that has been sanctified by Hindu Shastras. You have to free the people out of that. That is the first step. Okay, so cleanse their minds of the pernicious notions founded on the Shastras. Okay, so a lot of notions that you believe that is true based on Shastras. You believe that is true because based on Shastras. Cleanse their mind out of it. Okay, he or she will interdine and intermarry. Automatically will do it. Okay, without you telling him or her to do so. So once they do it, automatically themselves intermarry. They themselves start to interdine. You need not create a separate program for intermarriage. You need not create a separate program for interdining. You understood? Because, which is the basic thing? Basic thing is Hindu Shastra. The people believe in Hindu Shastras. You understood? That is what Ambedkar says. Okay, right. So the same text also speaks about Swaraj. Okay. So with this, we have come to the concept of annihilation of caste. How Ambedkar wanted to annihilate caste. So now, by now you will be very clear. What is the methodology proposed by Ambedkar to annihilate caste? To cleanse the minds of the people from the control of Hindu Shastras. Okay. So Hindu Shastras, the religion is the problem. The people are not the problem. The upper caste people are not the problem. The religion is the problem. Okay. So you have to cleanse their minds from the control of the Hindu religion. Once you do it, the other things automatically falls in place. At the same time, Ambedkar do not deny intermarriage or he says that is also good. But that will not produce any results, fruitful results, unless and until you cleanse the mind from the mind of the people from the control of Hindu Shastras. You understood? This is the method that is promoted by Ambedkar in his book, in his speech, Annihilation of Caste. Typically, the Annihilation of Caste was a speech was prepared by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It was called by Jatpat Mandal. Okay, they are an organization, it's a social reform organization who do a lot of intermarriage and other stuffs. So they asked Ambedkar to deliver the speech on an occasion. So Ambedkar prepared the speech and already sent it before that. That was the agreement. So after reading that, particular social organization found certain lines in this speech, Annihilation of Caste, to be very, very radical. So they said that even though they organize lot of intermarriage and interdining things, they don't want such kind of radical speech. So they wanted Ambedkar to change certain lines that is there in the speech. Ambedkar said, I won't. Ambedkar said, I won't, I will not even remove a comma from my speech. So Ambedkar did not go, but instead Ambedkar published Annihilation of Caste as a separate book. That is easily available everywhere, all over the internet, anywhere. If you press Annihilation of Caste, the PDF for free it will come. Okay, so that is why I also said everyone can read. Okay, you can easily read Annihilation of Caste, easily available. Very, very simple speech. Okay, not more than 20-30 pages. Very, very simple speech. Okay. So that you can read. So Ambedkar has published this separately, Annihilation of Caste. Did not go to the particular Jatpat Mandal to deliver the speech. Right. The last phase of the speech also speaks about caste and Swaraj. So how Ambedkar sees that. There is no doubt, in my opinion, that unless you change your social order, you can achieve little by the way of progress. Okay. So you have to change the social order. That is the most important thing. You cannot mobilize the community either for defense or for offense. Okay. For defense or offense you cannot mobilize unless and until the social order is being characterized by caste. Okay. You cannot build anything on the foundation of caste. You cannot build anything on the foundation of caste. You cannot build up a nation. You cannot build up morality. So morality, nation, nothing could be built up on a country which is built upon caste divisions. Because you believe you are of different caste, you believe you are more pure, you believe you are very close to God, and you believe other people are less pure and they are distant from God. All these dogmas are there in your belief system, correct? So as long as you believe such kind of purity, pollution, I am pure, he is impure, I am close to God, he is not close to God, I am superior, he is inferior, there is an hierarchy, so much that you believe, then how can you create a yourself a nation? How can you organize for the defense? Nothing could happen, says Ambedkar. Anything that you will build on the foundation of caste will crack and will never be a whole. Okay, for a time being it will look as if it's a whole, but slowly it start to crack. Caste is no doubt primarily the breath of the Hindus. It is the very breath of the Hindus. But the Hindus have fouled the air all over and everybody is infected today. The Sikh, Muslim and the Christian. That is the reason Ambedkar said he wants to adopt Buddhism. Okay. He analyzes Sikhism, Islam, Christianity. He writes a lot about Islam, Christianity. Finally he comes to a conclusion that now everyone are affected by caste. Okay, something that has started in Hinduism, now it is spread everywhere. So he wants to take Buddhism, which he believed is a revolutionary movement against the Hindu Varnashrama fourfold order. Okay, that is the reason he subscribed to Buddhism, Ambedkar. Right. All these things are there in the PDF which I have given, but I will not be taking because of lack of time. I cannot take everything of Ambedkar, as I already told you. Only important things I will take. Why Ambedkar subscribed to Buddhism, his notion of the creation of untouchables, all these things in my PDF. You can read it. Okay. So if I take everything of Ambedkar, then again it will take huge time to complete the syllabus. Okay. Right. So in the fight for Swaraj, you fight with the whole nation on your side. In this, you have to fight against the whole nation and that too your own, but it is more important than Swaraj. There is no use having Swaraj if you cannot defend it. So what is the use? You create the independent country and finally you lose it tomorrow. Okay, so there is no use having Swaraj if you can't defend it. More important than the question of defending Swaraj is the question of defending the Hindus under the Swaraj. In my opinion, only when the Hindu society becomes a casteless society, only when a Hindu society becomes a casteless society, that it can hope to have strength enough to defend itself. Okay. So, what is the primary requirement? Casteless society. Without such internal strength, Swaraj for Hindus may turn out to be only a step towards slavery. Similarly, Gandhi has said, what are the 5 preconditions of Swaraj? Removal of untouchability, Hindu-Muslim unity. Okay. So, almost he says the precondition of Swaraj is casteless society. Okay. So, the casteless condition of society is the precondition of Swaraj. If you don't have it, then there's a possibility that again the society might crack and again you lose that freedom. Okay. Right. Any doubt till now? Any doubt till now? Huge things, lot of things. Ambedkar is a vivid writer, as I already told you. The problem with taking Ambedkar is he has written about almost everything. Okay, it is impossible for any teacher to take everything what Ambedkar said. He has written on economy, foreign policy, what else? He has touched everything. The problem of Indian rupee, okay, the money market things, everything we have discussed. So teaching Ambedkar completely is not that easy. Okay, so questions might come everywhere. But what I have analyzed is based on the trend that we have seen. Very important things I am taking, other things that is there in the PDF, you can read it. Okay. Right. The next most important understanding of Ambedkar is how Ambedkar saw people. Already we have discussed this enough in constitutionalism, but I am again bringing it so that you can understand the exact words by which he has said, because 2 questions on political democracy has already come. So they want you to understand about how Ambedkar differentiated between the social democracy and political democracy, which is very much part of his speech. Okay. And there is also other important thing about how Ambedkar believed that the people should come away of believing in Mahatmas. Okay. No more superheroes according to Ambedkar. Hero worship is not required in Ambedkarian thought, and that is also an important part. Everything is covered in this one speech, the final speech which Dr. B.R. Ambedkar gave in the Constitutional Assembly in 25th November. Okay, you know that 26th November it will be adopted. Okay, 26th November 1949 it will be adopted. So the last speech and the final speech, which is also dubbed as Grammar of Anarchy speech. So again I have taken some important excerpts from the Grammar of Anarchy speech to explain 3 important concepts. What is constitutionalism, what is political and social democracy, and hero worship. So to explain these 3 important concepts, I have taken the speech as it is. Okay, so we will read it. As I already told you, each and every line is Ambedkar's writing. I have not changed anything. I have only taken a liberty to reorder it. Okay. So I feel, however good the constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad because those who are called to work it happen to be a bad lot. So how good the constitution? It can become a bad constitution if the people who are functioning based on the constitution are bad people. Understood? However bad a constitution, it can be a worst constitution, but it may turn out to be a good constitution if those who are not called to work happen to be a good lot. Okay, who are called to work. So the people who are working on a bad constitution can make it look a good constitution. Okay, says Ambedkar. The working of a constitution does not depend wholly upon the nature of the constitution. So how the constitution works does not relate to the nature of the constitution. Correct. The constitution can provide only the organs of the state, such as legislature, the executive, the judiciary. Okay, the factors on which the working of these organs of the state depend on the people, and the political parties they will set up as the instruments to carry out their wishes and their politics. So the political parties are extremely important to take care of it. Right. Who can say how the people of India and their purposes, or will they prefer revolutionary methods of achieving them? Who can say? So I have created a constitution. There is a possibility that tomorrow all of you use revolutionary methods to achieve it. So then the constitution becomes useless. Okay. So if everyone started to take revolutionary methods, right? So that's the reason Ambedkar addresses, says, if they adopt a revolutionary method, however good the constitution may be, it requires no prophet to say that it will fail. Okay. So you take revolutionary methods in your hand. You take revolutionary methods to achieve every small thing, then whatever happens, the constitution definitely will fail. It is therefore futile to pass any judgment upon the constitution without reference to the part which the people and their parties are likely to play. Okay, so what are the political parties? Major indictment is against the communist parties and the Congress party. Okay, especially Gandhian philosophy, it will come. Okay. Because Ambedkar to the core did not like the Gandhi's concept of Satyagraha, all these things he did not like. Okay. So he believed that those things, if it is followed, that will go against the very constitution that is there. Okay, so he does not want any non-cooperation movement, does not want any civil disobedience movement, or he does not want the communist method of resurrection of state. Okay, all these things he believed will ruin the constitution. So that is the reason for addressing this. Okay. So on 26th January 1950, India will be an independent country. What would happen to her independence? Will she maintain her independence or will she lose it again? Okay, all these things we have already seen. I am just only repeating it. Okay, This is the first thought comes to my mind. It is not that India was never an independent country. The point is that she once lost the independence she had. Okay, it is not that India was never independent, it was always independent. Okay, will she lose the independence the second time? Is this thought which makes me most anxious for the future. Okay. What perturbs me greatly is the fact that not only India has once before lost her independence, but she lost it by infidelity and treachery of some of her own people. We know the Indian history. How different groups of people backstabbed us. When one group of people are fighting for independence, other group of people will be helping the British. That is how British captured the whole land. You know, they made friends with one group and they fought against the other group, and based on treachery, finally the total land went to the hands of British. You know the Indian history, isn't it? Will history repeat itself? It is thought which fills me with anxiety. This anxiety is deepened by the realization of the fact that in addition to our old enemies in the form of caste, again he comes to the caste. See, any writing of Ambedkar will not end without his mention of caste or ridiculing caste. Okay, Ambedkar to the core believes whatever the problem that is there in India because of caste. Okay, so our old enemies in the form of caste and creeds, we are going to have many political parties with diverse and opposite political creeds. So again, already the enemies, different castes have different notions. Okay, now we are also creating many political parties. Here again, we are taking a dig at Congress there. Okay, these small digs are against Congress. So again taking a dig at Congress and saying that we are going to create many political parties with diverse and opposing political creeds. Okay, will Indians place the country above their creed, or will they place their creed above the country? Here the creed means not just caste also. Ideologically, I am a communist, I am a Congress person, I am a Dravidian thinker. Ideologically also we differ. Okay, even that comes under this. I do not know, but this much is certain that if the parties place creed above the country, whatever creed that may, I am a Dravidian, I am a Tamil nationalist, or I belong to this caste, I belong to that caste, whatever creed, I am a Hindu, I am a Muslim, whatever creed that you subscribe to, if you try to put your creed above the country, our independence will be put in jeopardy a second time and probably be lost forever. Okay, so what Ambedkar says, put the country first. Don't put your creed before the country. Okay, this eventually we must all resolutely guard against. We must be determined to defend our independence with the last drop of our blood. So what we have to do? Defend our independence. Okay. On the 26th of January 1950, India would be a democratic country in the sense that India from the day would have a government by the people, government of the people, by the people and for the people. Okay. The same thought comes to my mind, what would happen to her democratic constitution? Will she be able to maintain it or will she lose it again? So how the independence, will she maintain it or will lose it again? Similarly, Ambedkar says, I am also thinking about the democratic constitution that we are creating, whether India will maintain the democratic constitution or again lose it. It is not that India did not know what is democracy. Okay. There was a time when India was stuffed with republics. Even where there were monarchies, they were either elected or limited. Okay. They were never absolute. It is not that India did not know parliaments or parliamentary procedure. A study of Buddhist Bhikshu Sanghas discloses that not only there were parliaments for the Sanghas, were nothing but parliaments, but the Sanghas knew and observed all rules of parliamentary procedure known to modern times. So everything the Sanghas know at that point of time. They have rules regarding seating arrangements, rules regarding motions, resolutions, quorum, whip, counting of votes, voting by ballot, censure motion, regularization, res judicata, etc. Okay. So although these rules of parliamentary procedure were applied by the Buddha to the meetings of the Sanghas, he must have borrowed them from the rules of the political assemblies functioning in the country in his times. So even though that is taken as Buddha, so he says that something of that sort should be there in the politics of the country at that point of time. Correct? This democratic system India lost. So India has lost the democratic system that India had. We knew everything. We knew all these quorums and all parliamentary procedures even before the Britishers came to India. But now we have forgotten everything. She will lose it the second time. I do not know. But it is quite possible in a country like India, where democracy from its long disuse must be regarded as something quite new. There is a danger of democracy giving place to dictatorship. Okay. It is quite possible for this newborn democracy to retain its form but give place to dictatorship in fact. If there is a landslide, the danger of the second possibility becoming actually is much greater. Okay. You see what he says, like how Indira Gandhi became a dictator even inside a democratic regime. Why? Because everyone wanted Indira Gandhi, there is no opposition. Once the opposition is voiceless or the opposition do not have enough seats, then there is a landslide. Only one party rules. All 543 seats, 530 seats belongs to only one political party. Then automatically what it means? Technically, that is a dictatorship in the name of democracy. So Ambedkar says, for a true democracy to function, there should be both opposition party and the ruling party. Both are important. Okay. If we wish to maintain democracy, not merely in form but also in fact, what must we do? So what is the method? What we have to do? Now Ambedkar answers. Okay. The first thing in my judgment we must do is to hold fast to constitutional methods of achieving our social and economic objectives. So Ambedkar asked the question, so what we have to do if you should not lose the independence, if you do not show the democracy that we have created, okay, what we should do. So Ambedkar answers three methods. First method is constitutional methods of achieving our social and economic objectives. It means we must abandon the bloody methods of revolution. It means that we must abandon the method of civil disobedience, non-cooperation and satyagraha. When there was no way left for constitutional methods for achieving economic and social objectives, there was a great deal of justification for unconstitutional methods like this. Okay, because British has not created that. Okay, then you can justify civil disobedience movement, satyagraha, all these things you justified. But where constitutional methods are open, now we have created a constitution. I am opening all the constitutional methods for every one of you. Okay, so there can be no justification for these unconstitutional methods, says Ambedkar. Okay, so these methods are nothing but the grammar of anarchy, and the sooner they are abandoned, the better for us. Right. The second thing we must do is to observe the caution which J.S. Mill has given to all who are interested in the maintenance of democracy. What is the caution? Namely, not to lay their liberties at the feet of even great men, or to trust him with the power which enable him to subvert their institutions. Okay, that is what we are doing. Ambedkar said, don't give your liberty at the feet of great men, but we are making Ambedkar himself the great man. Okay, and we are not ready to critically examine Ambedkar's documents. We say whatever Ambedkar said is right. There are many people like that. Okay, to observe that whatever Marx has said that is right, whatever Ambedkar said. See, Ambedkar and Karl Marx themselves they have said. Even their writings are up to scrutiny. Okay, if you are a true follower of Ambedkar, then all these dogmas, whatever thinking that Ambedkar has given, must be scrutinized. Okay, Ambedkar himself has said, don't create great men. Okay, there is another article, M.G. ran a day Gandhi and Jinnah, that is also easily available in internet. Okay, where Ambedkar dwells in detail about why we should not follow hero worship. Okay, this is only one page that he will be detailing about why hero worship is not it should not be done in a democracy. Whether it's a Gandhi or a Jinnah or Vanade, who it is, don't do a hero worship, says Ambedkar. Okay, so there is nothing wrong in being grateful to great men who have rendered lifelong services to the country, but there are limits to gratefulness. Has been well said by the Irish patriot Daniel O'Connell, no man can be grateful at the cost of his honor, no woman can be grateful at the cost of its chastity, and no nation can be grateful at the cost of its liberty. Okay. So this caution is far more necessary in the case of India than in the case of any other country. For in India, bhakti, or what may be called a path of devotion or hero worship, plays a part in its politics unequaled in the magnitude by part it plays in politics of any other country in the world. Again, he is taking a ticket Gandhi there. Okay. So you worship, hero worship your leaders. Okay. Oh, Kalaignar, MGR, whatever they say, that's correct. Even after death, it is sanctified. Right? Because hero worship them. Bhakti in religion may be a road to salvation of the soul. Okay, bhakti in religion, because bhakti yoga is something that is mentioned in Hindu religion. The road to salvation. Okay, one of the 4 yogas, bhakti yoga. So what does the bhakti yoga says? You create your own personal God, you worship the personal God, you believe in the personal God for all the things, you can attain salvation. Okay, even in Bhagavad Gita it is mentioned, and in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna would have went to an extent and said, following a one yoga will not help for the salvation. You have to follow at least 2 yogas at the same time. So the 4 yogas is Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga, you know, the general yoga that you do outside. Okay, the 4 yogas. So that is general Hindu philosophy. So that is what he says. Bhakti in religion may be a road to salvation. Okay, but in politics, bhakti or hero worship is a sure road to degradation and to eventual dictatorship. That is what is happening even today. Okay, we worshipped Indira Gandhi. Now many people are worshipping Narendra Modi. And what will happen, we all know. Right? It will lead to a kind of dictatorship. Right? So the third thing we must do is not to be content with mere political democracy. Question has come 2 times. Okay. So political democracy, we must make our political democracy as a social democracy as well. So this aspect of Ambedkar's thinking, very, very important with respect to civil service examination, very, very thinking. All the other things are important. Caste also one time has come. So everything I have taken has come already. Okay, very, very important, but this is also very, very important. Political democracy cannot last unless there lies at the base of it social democracy. Okay. So what is the political democracy? Government by the people, of the people, by the people and for the people. So what is social democracy? Okay, we will see. So what does social democracy mean? It means a way of life which recognizes liberty, equality and fraternity as the principles of life. These principles of liberty, equality and fraternity are not to be treated as separate items in a trinity. Okay, not to be treated as separate items. They form a union of trinity in the sense that to diverse one from the other is to defeat the very purpose of democracy. The problem with the liberal thinking is they see liberty, equality and fraternity in isolation. They speak about, okay, I am going to buy this, I will ensure liberty, buy this, I will ensure equality. But Ambedkar says these 3 things should not be read in isolation, but they form as a whole. Okay, so I give only liberty, equality and fraternity next. It is a whole, it's a part of a whole. There comes a part of a trinity. Okay. Liberty cannot be divorced from equality, equality cannot be divorced from liberty, nor can liberty and equality divorce from fraternity. Okay. Without equality, liberty would produce supremacy of the few over the many. Understood how he argues? So, without equality, if you give only them liberty, so without equality, liberty would produce supremacy of few over many. Okay. Equality without liberty would kill individual initiative. Again, like how Roy says. Okay. This is something that is happening in USSR. That is something that is happening in all the countries, all liberal democratic countries. Where you give liberty, there is no equality. Okay. So what happens? Supremacy of the few over the many happens. Okay. The capitalist people, the rich person, the people of upper caste controlling the people of the lower caste or the working class. That is what we are seeing in all the capitalist countries, where the parliamentary democracy is being done. Correct? So, a few people, based on the power they get in the society, based on the power they get in the politics, control economics, control the total society. Right? So, in countries like USSR, where equality is given but no liberty is given, so would kill individual initiative. Everything is subsumed in USSR to collectivity. There is no individuality there. Everything is subsumed to collectivity. Okay. So, without fraternity, liberty would produce the supremacy of the few over the many. Okay. So, equality without liberty would kill individual initiative. I am coming again. Okay. Without fraternity, forget this. Without fraternity, liberty and equality could not become a natural course of things. It would require constable to enforce them. Okay. So, what Ambedkar says? So, how you have to read this is, please make a small change. I have written it again, so it will be confusing. So, this thing you read till then these lines are repeating. Okay. So, without fraternity, if you do not have a fraternity, fraternity is nothing but brotherhood. Okay, typical brotherhood. If you do not have fraternity, liberty and equality could not become a natural course of things. In other words, it will not come naturally in the society. You always need someone to enforce it. So, what is the society based on? That the liberty and equality should come naturally to all the people. The people should respect every other people's freedom. See, as a person, I should know how to respect your freedom. As a person, you should know how to respect my freedom. At the same time, as a person, all of us how to respect, how to ensure equality. Okay, how to behave in an equal way. Okay, I should not say I am superior, I am from this caste, so I am always superior to you. That notion should not be in my mind, correct? But that is how all of us are behaving. But that should not be there in a society only if it is organized through fraternity, a kind of brotherhood. Then the people will not have these things. Otherwise, what will happen? If there is no brotherhood in the society, every time, as Ambedkar said, it would require a constable to enforce them. You got it? Well, Ambedkar comes from. So, what is the basic thing in a society? Fraternity, a kind of a brotherhood, says Ambedkar. We must begin by acknowledging the fact that there is complete absence of two things in Indian society. Two things are completely absent in Indian society. One of these is equality. On the social plane, we have in India a society based on the principle of graded inequality, which we have a society in which there are some who have immense wealth as against many who live in abject poverty. Okay. On 26th of January 1950, we are going to enter into a life of contradictions. Life of contradictions, opposite things. Contradiction is opposite things. In politics, we will have equality, and in social and economic life, we will have inequality. That is the contradiction. Okay. In politics, we will be recognizing the principle of one man, one vote. One vote, one value. In our social and economic life, we shall, by reason of our social and economic structure, continue to deny the principle of one man, one value. Okay. Some people are valued more based on their caste. I am a Brahmin, I am a Kshatriya, I am a Vaishya, so I have more value than a Shudra, than an untouchable. There is a hierarchy of caste. The caste give values. Okay. So in a social setup, political setup, we are going for one man, one value. But in a social setup, we are living in a contradiction where certain people are valued more, certain people are valued less. Okay. So how long shall we continue to live this life of contradictions? Asked Ambedkar. How long this political democracy will continue without social democracy? How long? Okay. How long shall we continue to deny equality in our social and economic life? If we continue to deny it for long, we will do so only by putting our political democracy in peril, says Ambedkar. So, if we do not achieve the social democracy very soon, then we will be putting our political democracy in peril. Peril means danger. Political democracy in danger. We must remove this contradiction at the earliest possible moment. As soon as possible, we have to remove this contradiction. Okay. Or else those who suffer from inequality will blow up the structure of the political democracy, which is assembly has to laboriously build up. Okay. So you have to do this immediately. Okay. The second thing we are wanting is in recognition of the principle of fraternity. Okay, so he explains at length about the brotherhood which he wants to create in a society. Okay. What does fraternity mean? Fraternity means a sense of common brotherhood of all Indians being one people. It is a principle which gives unity and solidarity to social life. I remember the days when political minded Indians resented the expression people of India. They preferred the expression the Indian nation. I am of the opinion that in believing that we are a nation, we are cherishing a great delusion. Okay. So we are creating a delusion by thinking that we are one nation. How can people divided into several thousands of castes be a nation? The sooner we realize that we are not yet a nation, sooner we realize that we are not yet a nation. So we have not become a nation yet. In the social and psychological sense of the word, the better for us, says Ambedkar. For then only we shall realize the necessity of becoming a nation and seriously think of ways of means of realizing the goal. Okay. As long as you don't understand the problem, you will not strive for it. So first of all, you have to understand that we are not a nation as of now. Because we have our own caste consciousness, caste feeling, allegiance to caste. I belong to this caste, my caste is superior. Every one of us you have, right? Every one of us have. We have the kind of a caste feeling, caste superiority. So we give allegiance to the caste first, not to the nation first. Then how can you organize yourself in a nation? Asked Ambedkar. Okay, you cannot organize yourself in a nation. So first of all, you have to realize that I give a lot of allegiance to the caste. Now the other feeling, Hindu, Muslim, my religion is great. I am coming from this religion, so this religion is great. Everyone, as long as you have that feeling in you, then you cannot form into a nation. Okay, you have to realize it as soon as possible. The castes are anti-national. In the first place, because they bring about separation in social life. They are anti-national also because they generate jealousy and antipathy between caste and caste. Okay, but we must overcome all these difficulties if we wish to become a nation in reality. Okay. For fraternity can be a fact only when there is a nation. Without fraternity, equality and liberty will be no deeper than coats of paint. Okay. With this, I have completed the speech. Okay, a few excerpts. So, hope all of you have understood the difference between political democracy and social democracy. What is the kind of social democracy that Ambedkar wanted to create, and what is the emphasis that he gave on the constitutional methods, and why he said there should not be any hero worship. Everything can be a separate question. Okay. Or they can also ask you about the grammar of anarchy speech directly. Okay. Tell about the most famed grammar of anarchy speech. That can also come. Very, very famous speech of Ambedkar. So either way the question can come. Right. So again 1 year the question has come. So Ambedkar and Marx. So I have taken this also. And after this we will also go for Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhi. Okay. Which I don't have a slide, but we will discuss. Okay. Ambedkar and Gandhi. Right. And still, if you have still more time, then we will also discuss the last test question paper, as I have already promised you. Okay, last test question paper, we will discuss the key. If I can't give you the key today, then I will put a video, I will speak. Okay, but anyway, I have to give you the key for the last test question paper, second test question paper. Okay, what I found is most students, I corrected almost every paper, but few papers left, I will give you tomorrow. What I found is like many people have written irrelevant things. Okay, irrelevant things. You have read a lot, you have not structured the answer properly. Okay, structuration is very important. Okay, you might have lot of points, but it should be relevant. Okay, it is not that some question on conservatism come and you write all the basic tenets of conservatism. See, you will not get marks, even though you are right, because that question did not ask for it. So that we will see. Okay, if I complete it on time. Okay, then we will see that discussion also we will have. Okay, Ambedkar and Karl Marx. 1 year the question has come on Ambedkar's criticism on Marx, so we will see that. So how Ambedkar initially summarized Marxism, you will see. Okay, as I have already told you, Ambedkar did not have the luxury of reading certain writings of Marxism when he commented on it. For example, the economics and philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx, that has not been published when Ambedkar wrote this. Okay, so that was a later publication. So certain books was not published and they were not available to the Indian thinkers in the initial years. So that is the reason Marx was identified little bit in an orthodox way before 1950s and 1960s. Okay, after 1950s and 1960s, most of the writings of Karl Marx, manuscripts of Karl Marx have been published, republished, and it was made available to all the thinkers across the world. Okay, so once it has been done, then the very understanding of Marxism has changed today. So our opinion of Karl Marx has completely changed after 1950s and 60s, once the total of his writing is made available. Okay. Before that, we selectively read Karl Marx and we read only those aspects of Karl Marx which has some dogma in it. So most of the thinkers would think that Karl Marx is a historical determinist. He was an economic determinist based on the books they have read. If they have read only Communist Manifesto and the Capital, and they would say that Marx is a bad person. The reason being that is how it has been portrayed. But Marxism has to be understood in totality. Marx, even in the Capital, would have said, very first line of Capital, he would have said, I am considering this man as economic category for analysis, only for analysis. Okay, so Marx is an analyst, is a scientist basically. So he analyzed only this economic category for analysis. So remaining, it comes in the second part of Capital and third part of Capital. Okay, but unfortunately Marx dies before that. That's a different story. Okay, so half of the part Capital 2 has been republished after his death, and Capital Part 3 has been published after his death. That's a different story. So that is why I am saying like understanding Marxism in totality is tougher. So Ambedkar did not have that luxury of reading the total Marxism. What he has read, he has commented. Okay, right. The purpose of philosophy is to reconstruct the world and not to explain the origin of universe. The forces which shape the course of history are primarily economic. These are the basic tenets of Marxism, according to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Understand that. Okay. The society is divided into two classes, owners and workers. There is always a caste conflict going on between the two classes. Okay. The workers are exploited by the owners who misappropriate the surplus value, which is the result of the workers' labor. I think now all of you should be understanding this better, because already we took Marxism for more than 6 hours. Okay. So this exploitation can be put to an end by nationalization of the instruments of production, abolition of private property. Okay. This exploitation is leading to greater and greater impoverishment of workers. This working impoverishment of the workers is resulting in a revolutionary split among workers and the conversion of the class conflict into a class struggle. Okay. As the workers outnumber the owners, the workers are bound to capture the state and establish their rule, that is, dictatorship of the proletariat. These factors are irresistible and therefore socialism is inevitable. Okay. This is the understanding of Ambedkar on Karl Marx. Okay. So, what is his criticism now? According to Gail Omwet, Ambedkar ended up disagreeing with communists regarding class. He was also disillusioned with the Marxian economic solutions. While he continued to see class struggle and class oppression as important, he began to look for answers elsewhere. Okay. The values he asserted throughout his life were the classic social liberal values of French Revolution. His study of Buddhism strengthened his feelings that it was Buddhism which had pioneered these values in Asia. Okay. In the conclusion of the essay on Buddha or Karl Marx, Ambedkar states, again this essay is very easily available, free online, okay, easily available. If you want, you can read it. Society has been aiming to lay a new foundation, as was summarized by the French Revolution in 3 words: fraternity, liberty and equality. The French Revolution was hailed because of this slogan. It failed to produce equality. French Revolution failed to create equality. We welcome the Russian Revolution because it was aimed at equality. But it cannot be overemphasized that in producing equality, society cannot afford to sacrifice fraternity or liberty, says Ambedkar. Okay. So, equality will be of no value without fraternity or liberty. The absence of these factors in the caste-ridden Indian society could not foster the growth of Marxism in India, and that is why Marx failed in Indo-India. Marx could not properly evaluate the importance of caste or its influence on Indian masses. Okay. Because Marx failed here, his followers in India talk of class and not of caste. It seems that the liberty, equality and fraternity coexist only if one follows the way of Buddha. Communism can give one but not all. Okay. In other words, we can say, see, Karl Marx has written a lot on India, okay, but I have not kept that as your syllabus. If you want, I will give it later. There are 37 writings that we get on Karl Marx in India. But Marx analysis in India was based only on class, not on caste. So, all the Marxists who came after Karl Marx also started to analyze the Indian society based on the foundation that Marx has started based on class, which is what the point of object of criticism of Ambedkar. He says that Marx did it wrongly. He analyzed India in a wrong way. He analyzed India based on class, but India is different. We have caste category, not a class category. So, Marx analysis was wrong, and the same mistake is again done by the followers. They are also doing the same mistake. You are also trying to analyze Indian society based on class, but India based on caste, not person class. It is not based on division of labor, but it is division of laborers. Okay. So, he wants to create, as I already told you, he wants to create a society which is both on liberty, equality and fraternity. Everything is there. Okay. Right. Rejecting the Marxian premise that economic relationships and economic philosophy are the two driving principles that operate in an human activity, in all human activity, Ambedkar pointed out that the exploitation had many dimensions: economic, social, religious and political. In the context, Indian context, social or religious exploitation was no less oppressive than economic exploitation. According to Ambedkar, the two means of establishing communism were through violence and dictatorship of the proletariat. He felt that in such a scenario, human rights would suffer. The concept of dictatorship of proletariat. Okay. So, where the working class will do a dictatorship to control the, so he said that human rights will suffer at that point of time. He noted that communism advocated revolutionary methods of overcoming the opposition of the capitalists for establishment of the dictatorship of proletariat. Okay. So again, as I already told you, this is not the case, this is not the truth, this is the Ambedkar's understanding of Karl Marx. Okay. Marx had never prescribed violence, but Ambedkar criticizes Karl Marx by saying that Marx has prescribed violence. Okay. Again, that would be a misinterpretation of Marxism. If you read Marxism, the totality, you can understand that Marx had never prescribed violence. He only would have said that violence became inevitable. Okay, if a society is being overthrown by a new class of people, so violence become inevitable. Marx would have asked, when we have seen a great social revolution comes without violence? That's not possible. So it is not a prescription of violence, rather we can say that it is an analysis of a society. Okay, but for Ambedkar, Marx has prescribed violence. Okay, so as a relentless champion of democracy and human rights, Ambedkar was against dictatorship of any kind. Okay, and he said that society should aim at laying a new foundation on the basis of equality, liberty and fraternity. Ambedkar believed in democratic and constitutional provisions for social transformation. For Marxists, state is a temporary institution which will disappear in due course. Okay, state withers away. Okay. Ambedkar, on the contrary, assigned an active role to the state in the social, political and economic affairs of the society. This is Marx criticism, sorry, Ambedkar criticism over Marxism, but there are also some points which Ambedkar accepted with Karl Marx. What are they? So, Ambedkar accepted Marx in these following ideas. The function of philosophy is to reconstruct the world and not to waste its time in explaining the origin of the world. Okay. The philosophers have sought to interpret the world. However, the point is to change it, said Karl Marx. Okay, that's a very underlining philosophy of Marx. The philosophers have sought to interpret the world. However, the point is to change it. There is no point in interpreting the world, it is already there. You have to write about social change. How you have to bring the social change, that is the most important thing. Okay. This particular point of view, Ambedkar accepts from Marxism. That there is a conflict of interest between class and class. So one class and another class have some kind of conflict of interest. Whether there is a class struggle, that Ambedkar do not accept. Okay, Ambedkar does not paint that always there is a class struggle, that Marx has said. But Ambedkar accepts that one caste and one class and another class has some conflict of interest. Okay. Private ownership of property brings power to one class and sorrow to another through exploitation. That it is necessary for the good society that a sorrow be removed by the abolition of private property. So this you can see in the Ambedkar's constitution. Okay, Ambedkar's constitution, state socialism. So also, as I already told you, Ambedkar, like M. N. Roy, wrote a constitution separately, which is called as States and Minorities, and he submitted, first of all he published that in 1945, and he also submitted the constitutions to the Minorities Commission in 1947. Okay, but most of the tenets of Ambedkar's constitution was rejected by Ambedkar himself, because, and others also, because the society has changed now. Okay, the way by which we cannot create a socialism with Ambedkar's tenet. So Ambedkar himself discards most of the ideas. Right? So what it is? Ambedkar believed in placing the state in prior position to prepare plans for the economic life of the people along the lines which would lead to maximum productivity without closing every avenue to private enterprise, and also to provide for equitable distribution of wealth. 1 year question has come from state socialism. Okay, so again it's very important with respect to UPSC. He suggested an economic policy framework aimed at providing protection to the vulnerable and deprived section of society against economic exploitation. So he wanted to create a state socialist society, abolition of private property, nationalization of many industries. All these things Ambedkar also prescribed in his constitution, which he wrote. It's called as States and Minorities. Okay, he said that agriculture had to be under state and the state has to take care of it. Why? Because it is agriculture that is the very base of caste. Right? The caste, which is the powerhouse of caste, villages. Villages is built on agriculture. So as long as there is a private property that exists in agriculture, caste will not break. So Ambedkar wanted the caste to break. So that is also the reason why he wanted that private property should be abolished inside agriculture. So agriculture has to be under the state and state has to take care of it. He put forth a detailed economic plan for the development of scheduled caste. The States and Minorities published in 1945. Okay, submitted to the Minorities Commission, right? So only regarding the state socialism I have taken, others I have not taken, because again as I already told you, if you want to read Ambedkar fully, then it is not a joke. Okay, if at all there is a person who has written so much in this world, only one is Karl Marx and one is Ambedkar. Okay, they have written many things, of course everything, everywhere, every aspect of life. That is not that easy. Okay, so that is the reason I have taken only few things. Clause 4 of this document, States and Minorities, emphasizes the United States of India shall declare as a part of the law of constitution the following agenda, 10 points. Point number 1, industries which are key industries or which may be declared to be key industries shall be owned and run by the state. So all key industries should be owned and run by the state. That industries which are not key but are basic industries shall be owned by the state and shall be run by the state or by corporation established by the state. Okay, so key industries purely by the state, otherwise non-key industries, they can also be run by the corporations established by the state. That insurance shall be a monopoly of the state and the state shall compel every adult citizen to take out a life insurance policy commensurate with their wages as may be prescribed by the legislature. Okay, so life insurance policy is compulsory. Agriculture shall be a state industry. Agriculture is a state industry. State shall acquire the subsisting rights in such industries, insurance and agricultural land held by private individuals, whether as owners, tenants or mortgages, and pay them compensation in the form of debenture equal to the value of his or her right in the land. Okay, so state shall acquire all his rights in such industries. State can take everything. Okay, provided that in reckoning the value of land, plant or security, no account shall be taken of any rise therein due to emergency, of any potential or unearned value or any value of compulsory acquisition. State shall determine how and when the debenture holder shall be entitled to claim cash payment. The debenture shall be transferable in inheritable property, but neither the debenture in the sense is shares. Simply think as of now debentures are shares. Okay, nor the transferee from the original holder nor his heir shall be entitled to claim the return of the land or interest in industrial concern acquired by the state, or they are entitled to deal with it anyway. The debenture holder shall be entitled to interest on his debenture at such a rate as may be defined by law, to be paid by the state in cash or in kind or state may deem fit. Legal expert, even his document, every document is in high in legality. Agricultural industry shall be organized on the following basis. The state shall divide the land acquired into farms of standard size and let out the farms for cultivation to residents of the villages as tenants. Okay. So, state shall divide the land acquired by farms in standard size. A standard size could be divided and let out the farms for cultivation to residents of the village as tenants. Okay. So, made up of group of families to cultivate on the following condition. The farm shall be cultivated as a collective farm. Okay. It should be a collective farm. The farm shall be cultivated in accordance with rules and directions issued by the government. The tenants shall share among themselves in the manner prescribed in the produce of the farm, left after the payment of charges properly liable on the farm. Okay. So it should be given to the villagers without distinction of caste or creed, and in such a manner there shall be no landlord, no tenant and no landless laborer. Okay. It shall be obligation of the state to finance the cultivation of the collective farms by the supply of water, draft animals, implements, manure, seeds, etc. The state shall be entitled to levy the following charges: a portion of land revenue, a portion to pay debenture holders, a portion to pay for the use of capital goods supplied. To prescribe penalties against the tenants who break the condition of tenancy or willfully neglect to make the best use of means of cultivation offered by the state, or otherwise act prejudicially to the scheme of collective farming. Okay. The scheme shall be brought into operation as early as possible, but in no case shall be the period extend beyond the 10th year date of constitution come into operation. With this ends. So he wanted to create a society based on common ownership of agricultural land. Okay, all industries should be also be commonly owned. Okay. Ambedkar is not ending by this way. Anyway, I will take Ambedkar and Gandhi, but not with that PPT. Not with PPT. I will take without PPT. Any doubt till now? Any doubt till now? I have taken only important things in Ambedkar, not everything on Ambedkar. Okay. Only important things. Many things are there in my PDF, which I expect might come for exam. Ambedkar on political rights, Ambedkar on social rights, everything I have separately given in the PDF, which I have given you. Okay. Anyway, you will get the printed PDF very soon. Okay, within this week you will get it. Okay. So, any doubt in this? Any doubt in this? Now we will go to. Okay. Ambedkar and Gandhi. No, I'm not hearing it. Yes. Yes. No. See, this is after Constitution coming into being. Okay, what Ambedkar says is, before the Indian Constitution came into being, you had to follow all these techniques of Satyagraha, Ahimsa and all these things, because there was no constitutional routes available. Correct? But now we are keeping all the constitutional rules available for you. So what is the use of it? Okay, that's the very logic. Okay, so don't use it, only use the constitution methods. Okay, right. 1 minute, I have forgotten the book, I will bring it. 1 minute. Okay, we'll continue. So Ambedkar and Gandhi, again very important with respect to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and also with respect to Mahatma Gandhi. Many times we have discussed about this. All of you know that, already you know that. So it is not that I am going to completely tell you something completely new, but I will give you an expert from the book which I took when I was preparing for civil services 10 years ago. Okay, when some important 10 points which Ambedkar thought that Gandhi has betrayed us. Okay, so especially betrayed the Dalits. Okay, so what Ambedkar saw, how Ambedkar sees Gandhi and Congress in his book, what Gandhi and Congress is in for untouchables. How he sees that is, for Ambedkar, these people are the people who believe in Varnashrama Dharma and caste system, but still they want to abolish untouchability, and they are saying everywhere that I am going to abolish untouchability. Okay, and Mahatma Gandhi has started this Harijan Seva Sangh. By the way of Harijan Seva Sangh, Mahatma Gandhi and the Congress is portraying as if they are the real servants of the Harijans, the Dalits. So Ambedkar questions the very activity of Mahatma Gandhi, Congress to the Harijan Seva Sangh, and all the activities that Mahatma Gandhi takes. Ambedkar argues, really it is helpful to the Dalit people, or it is only helpful to the upper caste people. That's the argument. Okay. So Ambedkar different upon Gandhi in one simple thing. Where he differed upon Gandhi is, as Ambedkar himself says, Gandhi wanted to abolish untouchability without abolishing caste and Varna system, but according to Ambedkar, as you already know, it is impossible. But Ambedkar goes to a greater extent. He says, first of all, you have to abolish the Hindu Shastra themselves to abolish the caste system. Then you have to abolish the caste system. Then automatically untouchability gets abolished. So how can you believe a person who says that I am going to abolish untouchability and is not going to abolish caste system, says Ambedkar. Okay, so that is the point of difference. So Ambedkar gives some 10 important points, or he poses some important questions over Mahatma Gandhi. What are they? Out of 21 satyagrahas, okay, first question, out of 21 satyagrahas, why none of them are done to abolish untouchability, says Ambedkar. Okay, so there were 21 satyagrahas, but none was done to abolish untouchability. You got it? But Gandhi says, what are the 5 important conditions of Swaraj? What is the first important condition of Swaraj? Removal of untouchability. Correct? So you paint as if you wanted to remove untouchability, and you say that India can become independent only after removing untouchability, but total history in your life you have did 21 satyagrahas, reliance from the force of truth, where you have gone life until death for 21 times, but none of the time you have did for removing untouchability. Why? If you really want that is the case, you could have went for a satyagraha in a caste village, where you could have asked, I am going to life unto death till this has been removed. You could have definitely done that, but you did not do it, says Ambedkar. First question. Second question, why the only time he went for satyagraha was untouchables was actually against them, denying them political rights. Okay, so we also know how doing the Pune Pact. Okay, the question of Pune Pact, already we have discussed it. Okay, I think we have discussed it, right? I think we have discussed, isn't it? Pune Pact. I already told you what is the Pune Pact. Yes or no? Did I tell you what is the Pune Pact or not? No. Okay. Pune Pact is one of the most important incident between Gandhi and Ambedkar, where both of them completely came from the opposite side. Okay. At that point of time, Ramsay MacDonald gives separate electorates for Dalits. Separate electorates. What is a separate electorate? That is, only Dalits can vote in that reserved constituency to elect their own Dalit leader. That is a separate electorate. So, the voters will also be Dalit, the people who stand in election will also be Dalit, and a Dalit will elect their Dalit leaders. Separate electorate. But it will be a multi-member constituency. In other words, in the same constituency, the other people will also have a common leader, MLA. Okay, they will also have a representative. But in the same constituency, Dalits will also have a Dalit representative. This is called as the concept of separate electorates. That was given by Ramsay MacDonald. Mahatma Gandhi goes fast until death. Okay, Mahatma Gandhi says the institution of separate electorates to Dalits will remove or will break the Hindu society. Till that moment, only Muslims had separate electorates, Sikhs had separate electorates. In other words, people of different communities had separate. Marathas had separate electorates. See, people of separate community had separate electorates. Till that moment, for the very first time, according to Gandhi, the total Hindu society consists of many sects of people, gradation of people, and giving one set of that people as a separate electorate is nothing but dividing the Hindu society. And Gandhi said, I will even prefer dying, but I don't want my Hindu society to be broken up. That is the argument of Gandhi. And Gandhi also said, once you give separate electors to Dalits, that is a historical injustice to Dalits. The Dalits would be completely excluded from the Hindu society. That will be more dangerous to Dalits than the upper caste, said Gandhi. So he said that I am not speaking only to take out the Hindu society, I am also speaking this because I am much more concerned about Dalit. This will exclude Dalit eternally from the Hindu society. All Dalits will become a separate group of people. So I am worrying for the Hindus, I am worrying for the Dalits basically, not just Hindus. I am also worrying for the Dalits. Okay, so this will create a separate Dalit group devoid of Hindu social solidarity, will not get after this. So Gandhi had some points, but Ambedkar was against both these points. Ambedkar said, this will not work. See, Dalits need their own separate leaders. Their leadership to emerge from their own community. See, in a larger arena, today we are seeing it, a larger arena, we can understand Ambedkar was right. Today we have so much of Dalit MLAs. Tell me how many Dalit MLAs have taken the issues of Dalits in the parliament, the legislative assembly? How many Dalit MPs have taken the issue of Dalits in the parliament? As I already told you, one of the worst indignation that has happened, insult that has happened to Dalit, that was discussed in Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, already I told you this. That person said that nothing of that said happened. Why? Because he is a member of a party. He comes from a dominant party in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so he spoke as a member of a party, not as a member of a community. He does not speak as a Dalit MLA, rather than he spoke as a MLA of a particular party. That is what Ambedkar said in 1913 itself. So, by the joint electorate, you cannot create leaders who help or speak for the Dalit community. You will only create leaders who will speak for the general public because of fear of losing. What if you speak for Dalits and tomorrow you don't win an election? Correct? A joint electorate, everyone will vote. For example, the particular person comes from DMK party or ADMK party and he speaks for the Dalit issue, and tomorrow Jayalalitha or Stalin would have said, the Kalanjar would have said, you are no more an MLA, resign. What you will do? Because you have become a member only because of public mandate. What is the public mandate? The mandate is not given to you, but is given to the political party. Correct? That is the way Indian democracy works. Indian democracy, we only give a mandate based on our political party, not based on the candidate. Correct? That is the harsh truth of Indian democracy. So in that case, that person will definitely not speak for Dalits. He will only take the stand of the party in command. That is what Ambedkar said. Even that time, a great visionary Ambedkar, he said, Only separate electorates can't change. Only separate electorates can change the situation. But Gandhi also had its point. It's not that Gandhi was wrong. Gandhi also had its point. When Gandhi said, I am only speaking about Dalits. For tomorrow, there's a possibility that the Dalits will be completely excluded from the Hindu society. There will not be any social solidarity. The people will be completely seen separately. And it might work against the Dalits, said. You never know. You might work against the Dalits, said Gandhi. So Gandhi went fast until death. He said, I will even prefer death. I will not give separate Dalit community. So Ambedkar was very adamant. Ambedkar was also not ready. So the matter collapsed. And finally, as you know, I already told you, Ambedkar and Gandhi went to an agreement in Pune. That is what is called as Pune Pact. And their agreement created two stages of elections. Stage 1. The stage 1 of election, there will be a complete separate electorate. In the stage 1. Okay. So only Dalits will vote for Dalit leader. So any number of Dalit leader can stand in election in stage 1. So assuming there are some 10 Dalit leaders, A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay. 6 Dalit leaders were standing in election in the first stage. Okay. Then only Dalits will be allowed to vote in the first stage. So there are 1000 Dalits who are voting. So all these people will get the votes. The top 4 will go to the stage 2. Okay, top 4 will go to the stage 2. In stage 2, whole people will be the electorate. It's a joint electorate. But how many people will stand? Only 4. Only 4 will stand. Only A, B, C, D will stand. E and F will not stand because A got some 30% of vote, he got 20% of vote, he got some 15% of vote, 30, 20, 15, 65, he got some 10% of vote. Okay. So remaining it being shared between E, F, G, H, I, J. Okay. So this top 4 people who got the maximum number of votes will go to the second stage. Okay. So in the second stage, it's a joint electorate. So everyone can vote, but they have to select among this A, B, C and D. This is the Pune Pact. Okay. I already told you this. Okay. Hope all of you have forgotten this. So Ambedkar was initially very happy with the Pune Pact. I will tell you this. Ambedkar was not unhappy with the Pune Pact. As many people say, Ambedkar was initially happy with the Pune Pact. But Ambedkar analyzes the Pune Pact again in 1940s. I forgot exactly the date. Okay, 1940s. What Ambedkar in his analysis finds that he completely analyzes all provincial governments. All provincial governments, 1937 election analysis. All provincial governments. And based on analysis, Ambedkar comes to a conclusion that in the first stage, for example, A, B, C and D, A has got 30%, B has got 25%, C has got 15% and D has got 5%. I'm just telling you. Okay. Every time in the joint electorate, in the stage 2, who has won? D. The person with the minimum vote. Every time. Okay. So what happens is, the upper caste peoples make sure that the leader that is supported by Dalit do not come into the picture, do not become the representative. Who is the least preferred among the Dalits? D. Correct? Because A is preferred by 30% of Dalits, B is preferred by 25% of Dalits, C is preferred by 15% of Dalits, only D is being preferred only by 5% of Dalits. He is the least preferred person. Correct? So, when the joint electorate stage 2 election takes place for the same constituency, the upper caste people made sure in 1937 election, according to Ambedkar's analysis of all provincial elections at that point of time, they made sure that this D wins always. In all constituencies, invariably. Okay. Once it put to the joint electorate will make sure that the leader who is being selected by the Dalits will not be a representative at all. So Ambedkar says, what is the use of Pune Pact? I have been cheated, says Ambedkar. Okay. The same Ambedkar who said, I am happy with the Pune Pact, there is no difference between what they said, separate electorates, and what Pune Pact has given. The same Ambedkar writes in 1940s that I have been cheated. I have been cheated by the delusion that is created by Gandhi and the Congress. Okay, they cheated me by giving the Pune Pact. I thought the Pune Pact will help my community, but now I understand with the practical working of the Pune Pact is not helping my community. So that is the reason Ambedkar did not include the concept of Pune Pact in his draft constitution. Okay, because he understood it is not going to be useful. Okay, anyway the least preferred person will be selected by the upper caste. Anyway, why Ambedkar wanted to create this separate electorates? Why he wanted the separate electorates? Because he wanted to create a horizontal leadership among Dalits. Horizontal leadership. Dalit leaders emerging from Dalit community to serve Dalit community. Correct? That is the horizontal leadership. The concept of horizontal leadership. One people emerging from that particular village or the community to serve that particular community or village. But that anyway is not going to happen because of the Pune Pact. Neither it is not going to happen anyway in the joint electorate. Even today we are seeing it. Okay. So that is the reason Ambedkar finally completely forgotten the Pune Pact even as draft con. This is what Pune Pact is all about. This is where Ambedkar and Gandhi completely were against each other. Okay. Right. So this is the second point. What is the second point? Where Ambedkar criticizes Gandhi for going for Satyagraha during the Pune Pact times. So what he says, why the only time he went for Satyagraha for untouchables was actually against denying their political rights. That is the point number 2. Okay, so 21 Satyagrahas you did, none of the Satyagraha you did to establish some kind of society devoid of untouchability. But only one time you went for untouchables, that is also against their political rights. Why? Okay, third point. In 1921, Mr. Gandhi collected 1 crore and 35 lakhs for Tilak Swaraj Fund. Okay, 1921 he collects 1 crore 35 lakhs. Okay, 1 crore 35 lakhs. And only out of this 1 crore 35 lakhs, see, the year is 1921. So 1 crore is a huge money then. It's a huge money. Okay. So out of that 1 crore, only rupees 43,000 is allocated to abolish untouchability. Ambedkar asked why. So what you said? You said, what is your most important goal in life? Removing untouchability. You want to serve the Dalits. That is what you said. But out of 1 crore 45 lakhs, 35 lakhs that you have earned for Tilak Swaraj Fund, you are spending only 43,000. See how many percentage this is. So why very less you are spending for Dalit? And you are saying that you are a savior of Dalits. Ask Ambedkar. Okay. In 1922, Bardoli program. This is not Bardoli Satyagraha, this is Bardoli program. Don't confuse between Bardoli Satyagraha that has happened in 1928 and with this Bardoli program. This is Bardoli program that is different. Okay. Bardoli program of constructing work. Uplift of untouchables was an important item in it. Okay. A committee was appointed to work out the details. So, in the Bardoli program, what was the important item? Uplift of untouchables. Okay. And a committee was appointed to work out the details. Okay. The committee never came into being because only 800 rupees were allotted for the working expenses. So, Ambedkar asked why. So, all these things you did very well. You published in the media that you created a Bardoli program. You published in the media that a committee has been appointed for Dalit upliftment. Everything is fine. But you allocated only 800 rupees for that particular program. Upliftment of the untouchability. Then how they can form a committee? 800 rupees very less. So only why only 800 has been allocated. That is fourth point. Fifth point. Why Gandhi did not support Swami Shraddhanand, who was fighting with Congress for more money for untouchables in the above program. Okay, so Gandhi, Swami Shraddhanand fought with the Congress. So he wanted Congress to allocate more money for Bardoli programs, removal plan of untouchability, but Gandhi did not support it. Why? Okay. Why Gandhi did not? Okay. When untouchables started Satyagraha on their own, in 1929, when untouchables started their Satyagraha of their own in 1929, following Gandhi's footsteps. Okay, they are Gandhian followers. They started Satyagraha against caste Hindus. Why did Gandhi condemn it? Okay, so you have not started any Satyagraha of your own to condemn caste Hindus, but the untouchables themselves started Satyagraha following your own philosophy of Satyagraha, Ahimsa, all this they followed. They started their own Satyagraha in 1929. Okay, in 1929. But Gandhi condemned it. Why Gandhi condemned it? Why Gandhi condemned it? Ideally, what if you are really striving for the Dalit cause, what should have done? You should have supported the Dalits there. Okay, very good that you are following my footsteps and you are following my footsteps and you are doing a Satyagraha to abolish untouchability against the caste Hindus. But instead of doing it, Mahatma Gandhi did the other way. He condemned the Dalits who are doing Satyagraha and said that you cannot go against the caste Hindus like this. This is not the way to go. Why? Asked Ambedkar. Okay. Seventh point. Gandhi declared he would fast if the Guruvayur temple was not thrown open to the untouchables by the Zaboni. Okay. Guruvayur temple at that point of time was not open to the untouchables. Right. So Gandhi said, I will fast unto death if you are not opening it. Why did not he go to fast even when it was not open till date? So he gave this promise way back, some 10 years, 15 years back. Okay. But till now it is not open. But you have not kept your promise. You have not went to a fast until death. Ask Ambedkar why. Okay, this is the seventh point. Guruvayur temple. I tried to type it and send it to you if possible. Okay. In 1932, Mr. Ranga Iyer introduced a temple bill on behalf of the Congress party in central legislature. Okay, in 1932, Mr. Ranga Iyer introduced a temple bill in the central legislature. Okay, but when fresh elections to the central legislature were announced, the Congress party withdrew its support to the bill. Okay, why didn't Gandhi protest it? Okay. So what happens is a temple entry bill was passed by Mr. Ranga Iyer. Okay. Again you have to see it is a Brahmin who is passing the central temple entry bill. In Dravidian politics you will always be insulting Brahmins. But the irony is a temple entry bill for the very first time that was passed in central legislature was passed by a Brahmin, not by a non-Brahmin. Okay. He understood that Dalits was being extremely oppressed, so a Brahmin passes a simple, but who is against it? Congress. Okay. Initially they supported it, then Congress withdrew the support, but Mahatma Gandhi did not do anything, says Ambedkar. Right, this is the 8th point. Temple entry bill. Yeah, 9th point. Why untouchables are not allowed in the administration of Harijan Seva Sangh? Yeah. You know the story. Harijan Seva Sangh, it's a kind of a Seva Sangh that was started by Mahatma Gandhi to Harijans. Harijan is the word that was invented by Mahatma Gandhi to Dalits. Okay, Harijan, children of God. Okay, Jan means children, the people. So people of God. So to mean the people of God, he said Harijans. So he created a Harijan Seva Sangh. He collected money for the Harijan Seva Sangh, everything is fine. But one condition in the Harijan Seva Sangh is, no untouchables are allowed in the Harijan Seva Sangh to be a member of Harijan Seva Sangh. The argument of Mahatma Gandhi is, it is only the upper caste must help the lower caste or the person is trouble. That is their duty to remove the untouchability. That is the argument that is put forth by Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, but Ambedkar asked, there is also another point. If all the Dalits also become the member of Harijan Seva Sangh, then there will be a problem of leadership. Right? So, whether Mahatma Gandhi does not want a Dalit to become a leader, that's the question. So, Mahatma Gandhi, if he wants a Dalit to become a leader, what he would have did? He would have created a Harijan Seva Sangh and asked the Dalits to become the leader of the Harijan Seva Sangh. But Mahatma Gandhi, instead of doing that, he created a Harijan Seva Sangh and barred any Dalit in any position in the Harijan Seva Sangh. That is what is happening everywhere already, says Ambedkar. Already in all institutions, Dalit cannot take leadership. Dalits are always asked to work under the upper caste leadership. Even in Harijan Seva Sangh, if the Dalit cannot become a leader, then where he can become a leader? Ask Ambedkar. So your plan of Harijan Seva Sangh is not to help the Dalit, rather to insult Dalit. Again you are trying to create the same notion that the Dalits cannot rule themselves, the Dalits cannot become a leader, which is already there, said Ambedkar. Okay, so these are the 9 important questions. With this, I think I have summarized what is the problem between Gandhi and Ambedkar. So as we have already discussed, Gandhi believed in Varna, okay, till his life. Initially Gandhi believes in caste, but later part of his life, Gandhi says caste is anachronism, I accept. But again he said, I believe in Varna. The Hindu Sanatana Varnashrama Dharma. Gandhi always preferred to use the word Sanatana Dharma than Varnashrama Dharma. Okay, Gandhi always is Sanatana Dharma. Right? So Gandhi believed in the Sanatana Dharma till his death. As Ambedkar, against the Sanatana Dharma tooth and nail. He said, see, as long as the Hindu Shastra is there, you cannot remove the caste system. Correct? But this is where they are against each other. So I think I have summarized Mahatma Gandhi and Ambedkar to a greater extent. Any doubt you can ask me now. I try to type it up also. Yes please. Someone spoke. Yes please. Online students also. Sorry pa? Any? Interpretation in the sense, Gandhi has not reacted. Okay, Gandhi never reacts to Ambedkar's accusations because he has not taken Ambedkar very seriously till the last moment of his career. Okay, so that is Gandhi's strategy. So as long as Gandhi has not reacted, I cannot give you the counter point of view. I think that is what you are asking me. The counter point of view, the reactions of Mahatma Gandhi, isn't it? That we do not have it because I have not reacted to it. But as we know, all these things is well documented that Gandhi and Ambedkar had a problem. Okay, so these questions, even though it has not been answered, we understand that the problem only escalated to the next level and finally it culminated in the final stage where Ambedkar wrote the constitution and Ambedkar also hailed Mahatma Gandhi as the father of the nation, as how Subhash Chandra Bose did. Okay, but anyway, we can understand the problem existed. Okay, no reaction as such. Right. Any other questions, guys? Ambedkar, Gandhi, and any other philosophy of Ambedkar? With this, we are completing Indian political thought. Okay, Indian political thought is over. I think you will be happy now. But we are entering into another most tougher concept, Western political thought. Okay, with that Western political thought, all these philosophies will end. then we can enter into your own zone where I will not be discussing any philosophies. I will be plainly telling you this is what, that is what. Okay. But Western political thought is also important, where we will be comparing Machiavelli and Kautilya. The one part I have missed in this particular aspect. Okay. So already 8. So I think we'll finish it off. Thank you.